All right, we're back. We're getting ready to get started here. On the screen now, you see the first few groups as they're about to get started. In Group 1, we're going to have Bryce Verplank, Kyle Gabbard, Gavin Yosis, Bobby Ray. In Group 2, we're going to have Sam Judah, Sean Johnson, Jeremy Nowak, and Tyler Culver. Group 3 is going to be Kyle Culver, William Dugan, Landon Gentry, and Martin Borgmeyer. And in Group 4, is going to be Scotty Pearman, Mark Costello, Taiga Tazawa, and Josh Koch. In round 2, these players were the top 8 overall of the 3 groups, so they received the bye. And those players are Isaiah Joyner, Will Hogue, Kyle Berkshire, Colton Casto, George Haggerty, Ryan Riesbeck, Zach Holton, and Naoto Misumi. Yes, the Germinator did advance. He is currently in the 3rd group, expected to tee off around 2:10 Central Time. I believe is where we are here in Memphis, Tennessee. Very interesting morning. Just shy of the 400-yard mark. Kyle Gabbard ended up going 396, and Kyle Berkshire was right behind him at 393. Had a little bit of a rain delay, so we are running a tad bit behind schedule. The weather is currently tentative right now. There is some lightning around us, so we may end up having to delay for a moment. Yeah. Safety reasons, of course. Taiga is from Japan, yes. Taiga was one of 3 Japanese players in the field today. His buddy Naoto Misumi, I believe that's his first event here. He had a really good performance early this morning. Ended up top 8 overall, giving him a first-round bye here in the double elimination. This functions just like our regional formats. For those of you that are familiar with it, 4 guys on the tee box. Top 2 are considered winners. The bottom 2 are considered losers. 2 losses and you're out. So, as usual, just hit it longer and straighter than all the guys on the tee box with you, and you should be good to go. Let's see, what do we got? It is 1:57 local time here in Memphis. So we're just moments away from getting started. Hopefully we'll be able to finish this without any delays. I'm not going to lie. If I switch back to down the line camera and get rid of the scoreboard here, you can see that there's quite a bit of an overcast. That should help out with the seeing like some of the golf balls, like the pink golf ball and the blue golf ball, which are surprisingly easier to see during an overcast. Let's see, Trey Scruggs has entered the chat. Throwback format, love it. Yeah, we normally do the round robin. We did today, but with so many players in the field, round robin formats take a little bit longer. They take about an hour and 45 minutes for a group of 16. And when you cut that down to 16, you're only allowed to take 5 and a wild card, which is not what we want. We want to give everybody as many chances as possible. So taking 5 and a wild card's a little over, 25-30% of the field, which is, it just doesn't sit right with us. So by cutting it down to 24 total players, we're able to take the top 8, which is obviously 50% of the field from each group of 16, statistically giving players a better chance to advance into the later rounds. And yeah, it's nice to throw it back to the old days where, world championships, you had to go through the gauntlet of, like 4 days, 128 players, heads up match play, double elimination. Just absolute brutal competition. So it's going to be interesting. A lot of horsepower, as usual. I feel like every competition, the horsepower just increases. Top speeds go up, average speeds go up, distances go further and further. Trent's still the only player, to my knowledge, to go over 400 yards here in Memphis, Tennessee. Ran a poll earlier, and 80% of the viewers thought that he would be joined by another player today with a 400-plus yard drive. And the longer we wait, I'd say the lower that chance becomes. Should be getting started any minute now. I don't think you guys can hear it, but Seamus is calling out the order as we speak. You guys should be making their way to the tee box any moment now. Get this party started. Good shot there. You can see Kyle Gabbard making his way down to the tee box. Ryan Riesbeck passing out the documentation, official scoring sheets. In slot 1, we've got Bryce Verplank. Slot 2, Kyle Gabbard. Slot 3 is going to be Gavin Yosis, and in slot 4 is Bobby Ray, who has changed shirts for a second time today. Bobby Ray started in a really tight collared shirt and didn't do too well in the preliminary rounds. Didn't think he was going to make it through, but he ended up having to go in a playoff. So he switched to a T-shirt, and he ended up winning that playoff in the T-shirt, and has now switched to what appears to be a even tighter T-shirt. So Mr. Wardrobe out here. All right. I wish I'd have been down the line, but it was actually in between the towers at the back of the grid. We actually saw a little bit of lightning, so currently we're getting reports that the lightning was approximately 20 miles away. So yeah, we're size extra medium. Extra medium. All right. Let's see. Not currently using the live scoring, unfortunately. Or at least I don't think. Double check, make sure that hasn't updated. Nope, not currently. Back to the old school pen and paper. So unfortunately, I'll give you the updates and the yardages as best as I can get them. Obi, you're right. Bryce. Obi, you're right. For Bobby. Obi, you're right. For Kyle. All right. Low cut down the center for Gavin. Should be a number for him. And Bryce for Plank should have a number as well. Kind of looking, hoping that one's going to hang on to the right side. Currently no wind whatsoever. We had to pick up a little bit as the storm was rolling in, but it's now completely vanished. So. I can get an update on the live scoring. I was told we were going to use it, so I'm curious as to why we're not. All right, a couple good balls there from Bryce, Gavin, and Bobby Ray. Martin has advanced, correct. He is in, I believe, Group 3. Yep, he's in Group 3. A little bit of rain is starting to come down, so hate to say it, folks, but I don't know if the 400 mark is going to be broken. All right, and there's the buzzer. That, I'm sure you could see, was quite the lightning strike. And that was close. So, looks like we, again, are going to have a weather delay. That was a close one. That's unfortunate. All right, let's see if we can get the numbers from that first set at least. Bring up the scoreboard here. As you can see there, the little rectangle, we got Seamus Mannion, our official scorekeeper, waiting to punch in the numbers. All right, so the numbers are coming in now. We've got Bryce for Plank at 357, Kyle Gabbert at 342, Gavin Yosis at 340. Still waiting on an official number for Bobby Ray at 352. So Bryce for Plank and Bobby Ray coming in first and second will be moving on in the winner's bracket. Kyle Gabbert and Gavin Yosis drop down to the loser's bracket with one loss apiece. I'm going to try to get an update on the radar. Take a peek here. See if I can give everybody an update as to how long this weather delay is going to last. A little bit of yellow. Let's see, 3 p.m. The yellow doesn't roll in until around 4:30. So as long as the lightning clears out, we should be able to get things back up and running here shortly. Unfortunately, as the time goes on, the storm does look to get a little bit worse and worse. So. All right, so we got the big deal around Reed's back on the mic here.
I'm eating a chocolate glazed donuts from Gibson's, by the way.
They look really good, but I'm not going to eat one.
Yeah. So we've got a mandatory 10-minute wait when there's lightning, and we had the lightning. It was actually fairly close, so we're gonna give it 10 minutes and let it pass. And if we don't have any other lightning, we'll move forward. It looks like we're at the tail end of the front that's coming over us, which is good, but that doesn't mean we're through it yet. The skies are basically just overcast, but the bulk of the mess is through us now. So hopefully we can get going again here shortly and start playing again. We'd like to get through it as quickly as possible. We're going to have our weatherman, Robbie, put up on the screen here. You can see what we're seeing with the AccuWeather weather forecast. And there's lightning again, so we're going to
reset
wait another
timer.
10 minutes.
See if I can draw in here.
Right now. We're going to wait another 10 minutes here. That one not nearly as close as the other one.
Yeah, I'm try really hard not to be pessimistic here, but that does not look good.
Where are we at? Pull it up on the big screen. Because that's already passed. All of that you're seeing now is past. In present time, or is that future?
This is history. We're approaching current time right around now, 3:10. So maybe a little bit of optimism here.
Little rain coming down now, though. I'm just going to have another donut.
We are closer over here towards Germantown. Was actually the address of our hotel. So way too many roads there. So yeah, that's a little bit better, a little bit more hopeful.
Stay the night. I'm staying. I'm sleeping. Hey, as soon as I get out of here.
Nah, man, I'm not gonna get home until almost midnight anyway. So yeah.
Well, we got about 8.5 minutes left. Waiting time.
Yep.
What do you want to talk about? Should we talk about our sponsors? Fortify, bringing wireless data, not to this event. Unfortunately, they're not able to make it, but luckily we're hardwired here. But Fortify, if you need backup wireless internet for your business or home, give Fortify a call. We appreciate their support. Cradle Point, they provide all the devices. And then Hypercore Networks. Appreciate them being a part of the PLDA and helping us out. There's a lot of technology that goes into that. Like, that's one of the things that we're trying to build out infrastructure-wise is a lot of technology. We talked about launch monitors and things before. But even just being in remote places and getting enough bandwidth and data to pull off some of these events can be tough. Robbie, you're more on that technical side, especially with the YouTube channel. You know, uploading a live stream video takes some bandwidth, and so it's a bit of a challenge at times for us. But we've been fortunate. We made some great connections. I connected with Andy Gregoire on LinkedIn. Andy's getting on to me about getting our LinkedIn up to date.
Yeah, we got to get on that.
Luckily, though, I mean, there's a little bit of a drizzle, not much.
Not nearly as much rain as there was earlier this morning.
Yeah, there was literally these downspouts looked like little waterfalls earlier. So,
and
well, there's lightning.
Reset
you
the
got
timer
that on the screen.
Actually, no, I'm on the face-on camera right now.
Oh man!
If I'd have been on the down the line like now, we definitely would have seen that. It was rather sharp. That one was a little bit further away, though. I believe I counted 6 or 7 seconds there.
Can you hear that thunder rolling in? All right. Well, we're at 1:14, so the clock starts again. Give it another 10 minutes. All right, here. Let's see. I'm going to answer some of these questions. How wide is the grid? Typically, the grid is somewhere between 40 and 60 yards wide. I believe this grid is about 50 yards, maybe just shy of 50 yards. If I had Spencer McDaniel here, I'd ask him. He set up the grid.
I believe we're close to 45, I would say. Somewhere between 45 and 50 right now. But it's definitely the smallest that we all year, which adds to the fun of Memphis, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's a challenge. All right. 220. Reassess at 220. And as we say that, the water, the rain is coming down. We probably need to move some of those chairs real quick. Robbie, I'm going to go do that. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And I mean, this was bound to happen eventually. Ryan talking about how fortunate we were here at most of these events. This is the first time we've had to delay due to weather. So I think we ran, I don't know, I want to say somewhere around 15, maybe 20 events. Is that right? Probably closer to 15. I can't remember. I lose track. All the days kind of blur together. But we've had fairly pretty weather most of the events, so can't really complain. Well, just as I say, the rain's not that bad. It got a little bit worse. Flip back over, you can see the rain falling off the building there. I'm very thankful for this shelter. Let's put it that way. Yeah, TJ, you would think that the giant metal towers surrounding the grid here would help out, but honestly, I hope they don't get hit. That would not be good. I feel like there'd be some fire, a lot of screaming, A lot of panicking. We just had another lightning strike. Still waiting to hear it though. Yeah, I still haven't heard it, so that one's a ways off. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the Tesla, or well, was it Starlink? I think is the Tesla's satellite network, or Elon's satellite network. He's supposed to be coming out with his cell phone later this year that runs off of that satellite network. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of data they can provide. You know, like the hotspots and stuff. And I'm also curious to see what the speeds would be. Yeah, absolutely, Becca. Definitely enough screaming without the lightning strike. Back to shout outs. I just want to give a shout out to pretty much the entire long drive community, right? Like I feel like the community doesn't get quite enough credit because to newcomers, it's something they don't really know about, right? Like everybody gets to see all the stuff on social media, and swing speeds and distances and things like that, but they really don't get to see the camaraderie between everybody, right? Like it just doesn't just end at the event here. Like after the event, everybody's hanging around asking what's for dinner, things like that, where we're going. A lot of people here carpool, share hotel rooms, things like that. So all friends, all fun, all family. Just one giant long drive family. And the family's growing. It's good to see new players come out and enjoy the sport, get hooked on this, miserable addiction that we like to call long drive. Most heartbreaking aspect of golf, in my opinion. That dreaded 6 ball from one of your competitors. Here, I'll tell you what. We'll take this off for a second. I'll flip over here and do this real quick. There you go, Trey. I'm going to run a little poll real quick just for you. Let us know what you think. What's a better movie, Pulp Fiction or Reservoir Dogs. And then I'll bring the weather forecast back up here. All right. So we should be catching the tail end of everything. We'll scroll over. Furthest we can go up is 335, which is about 10 minutes away here. Forecast is at least clearing up a little bit on the radar, so. Quality events in Massachusetts. Any polo fields, sod farms. In theory, we could pretty much do it anywhere that there's a 200-yard relatively flat grass surface. We'd obviously have to get creative with where we would tee off from, but I've seen long drive competitions where we've teed off over highways and we'd have to shut down the highway. I've seen events where we actually teed up on say like the putting green on a golf course and have to hit across like 3 or 4 holes and shut down half the golf course that day. Yeah, when you get players out here swinging 150 miles an hour, 220 plus ball speed, it definitely tickles the brain when trying to find a location for sure. Even Mesquite, which most people know as the home of long drive, it won't be long, in my opinion, that before the Mesquite grid needs to be not necessarily redesigned, but we're probably going to end up having to tee off from a little bit further back because there's been numerous occasions where players would actually hit it over the grid. In Mesquite, the grid is only about 480 yards long, depending on how far back on the artificial tee box that we tee off from. So especially under certain conditions with the wind, we may see an event where we have to take the platforms that we have and back up the tee box. So I think earlier this year it was reported that Sunday was going to have up to 20, 25 mile an hour winds. Fortunately, we didn't, because if that happened, then I feel like we definitely would have ran out of grid. Earlier in the week on Friday, there were gusts of up to 25 miles an hour, and I actually watched Colton Casto hit one out the back of the grid just for fun in the local qualifier. So it's a really good thing it didn't happen on Sunday. Honestly, a couple weeks ago in Denver, or technically LaSalle, Colorado, we had multiple hurricane warnings, or not hurricane, but tornado warnings. We could see off in the distance a little bit of swirling in the clouds, and the winds actually picked up to I mean, just off the top of my head, they had to be probably 30-mile-an-hour winds. There was one set where we actually lost one of our flags. The wind gusted so hard it ripped one of our flags off the poles, and Ryan had to run out in front of everybody and grab it. Fortunately, none of the players were in the middle of a swing when it happened. And also, it wasn't directly downwind because, I mean, you couldn't tell by the broadcast. Well, unfortunately, we didn't have a broadcast either. But the grid was perfect. It's completely Kentucky bluegrass, and it was cut down to maybe a half an inch, quarter of an inch, somewhere in there. And Greg, the owner of the facility, actually took a street roller and rolled the grid. So it was absolute perfect condition. So with the wind blowing from left to right like it was actually difficult for some players to keep the ball on the grid because they'd hit it down the left side of the grid with a cut, and the ball would hit and just take off running, and it would roll so far that it would actually, roll a couple feet out of bounds. So definitely makes things interesting. So all right, so it looks like it catching the tail end of everything here. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too much longer before we're able to resume the competition. I see a few puddles out on the tee or out on the driving range, so hopefully there are none in the grid. Hopefully we won't see any splashes out in the grid. It's definitely going to affect the yardages. I don't suspect we'll see much rollout anymore. There's a few spots out there in the grid where you could get some decent roll. Doubt you'll get any now. I'm watching the range balls fly out there now, and I see a lot of splashing. So definitely gives the high ball the advantage. Guys like Colton Casto, Kyle, they can hit the ball really, really high. Scotty hits a really high draw. Definitely helps in conditions like this. I just hope the grid workers are ready with the soggy ground. Might even see a few balls plugged, which may be difficult to find.
Ladies and gentlemen, back for the second time. It's starting to lighten up here. You can see a little bit of sun in the background. But I feel sorry for the guys who have red eyes tonight. It's going to be a long one. It is.
I've been on mute this whole time. It's definitely going to be a rush for the guys with early flights for sure. Technically, red flights.
It is hard to plan this stuff. You know, it's you got to roll the dice.
Yeah,
you really do.
Definitely changes the condition because we've actually been seeing a little bit of rollout today.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Yeah, now it's going to be a dartboard.
And I was actually just talking about you. That tends to favor guys like you.
I hit it really high.
I hit it high. Yep.
I hit it really high.
So
it's good, but you know when the wind's in our face, it's tough.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. So
for sure. And you mentioned the wind. We are actually seeing
the
a
flags
tiny
are
bit of it
blowing
here.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Feels really good, by the way. It's
Oh, yeah.
not so miserable as it was.
Yeah. It dropped a good 15 degrees or more thanks to the rain.
Can I give a little shout out? There's a little blonde-headed boy and a blonde-headed girl sitting at home right now. They are watching me. My daughter's probably on her phone, so if she looks up for just a second and listens, I'd like to say, hey to my family at home. I love you. Thank you for making the sacrifices for me to be here.
The good old Pyramid crowd.
They are awesome. I'm really blessed.
Becca's in the chat.
So, yeah, hey, I just want to thank you guys, too, for all you do. Y'all come here days before the tournament.
Stop it.
And I mean, everybody talks, you know, Bobby, Ryan, Landon do all this stuff, but Robbie, you do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, too. So,
I appreciate that.
My family wouldn't be able to watch me if it wasn't for you.
This is partly true.
That's 100%
partly true.
So, yeah, thank you for what you do. It's awesome. You're making changes every event and trying to make it the best experience possible for everybody at home, those who know how long drive works and those who are figuring it out, the point system and everything. So thank you.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I'm glad to be here. Glad to be doing what I'm doing.
You're
It's
involved.
nice to be involved because
It is.
I'm not fast enough to compete with you guys, so it's nice to be able to come out and still be a part of it.
Well, you as a competitor too, it's good that you know the competitive side because you can relate and know the best experience for everybody watching and hitting. So
Well,
that's an added
knowing and
element.
doing two totally different things, both on the tee box and here in the booth.
Yeah, well, I
So.
mean, it's takes a village to make this thing happen. So there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that you guys do, and it's only getting better. Like it's getting better every time. It's exciting. I love to come into the PLDA just to their tournaments because I know it's gonna be run perfect to the best of your ability. There may be some hiccups here or there, but you're doing a great job.
For the players, by the players, man.
Yeah, well,
So
that's what it's all about.
So what do you think? All right, let's talk about that real quick. So one of the changes we made this week is the format, right?
Okay.
We started with the 16, the round robins, and instead of going from because in the past we've gone double elimination to round robin, this time we're going round robin to double elimination.
Yes.
And the idea behind that is to give more guys a chance to
Right.
advance in the later rounds.
Right.
So what are your thoughts? How do you like going round robin to double elimination or double elimination to round robin?
I actually like this format the best
Okay.
because it gives everybody, in the round robin format to hit their sets. You get loose, you get to know what's going on. You still got to hit good balls to advance.
Yeah.
There's some guys that just try to put it on cruise control, but when you add those buys in, it adds a little incentive to compete all 5 sets.
Yep.
So that's a must.
Like
And I
Isaiah.
like yes, that puts a premium on it.
Yep.
But you have to take advantage of that. I mean, it's no good if you go up there and you lay an egg in the first, and you get that buy, and then you lay an egg. So it makes it that much harder. You still got to perform. I like it because once you get in that double elimination, anything can happen.
Yep.
Anybody it's just like college basketball playoffs, March Madness. I mean, there's going to be upsets. There's going to be some 13 seeds beating some 4 seeds and some 5 seeds getting beat by some 12s. but you're gonna have your number 1 seed, and your number 2 seeds. You know, they're gonna do their damage, and they're always gonna be there. So it's the best of both worlds. It keeps anything could happen. If you miss a couple of sets, you could miss some big time action. So I really like this format.
Yep.
Ask me that in about 2 hours, though. So
Hopefully the opinion will remain the same.
yeah, I mean, it's a fair shake. Like, if you don't go up there and hit the ball in the grid far, then you know that's
Yeah,
just
I
what
mean,
it
like
is.
like I always say, you hit it further and straighter than
Yeah,
everybody
that's all
in
you
the
gotta
competition,
do.
you win, you know?
You hit it further than everybody else, you don't got to worry about nothing.
Yep,
So,
yep.
That's the point of long drive. That's what makes us unique as players. That it's long drive. We hit it really far, sometimes straight. So
Marathon athletes.
it really is. It's a marathon of sprints.
How many balls you hit today? No.
Well, I hit my sets. I probably hit 50 balls before that, so that's about 80.
So it's at least 80.
I probably hit about 125 or 100 to 140 balls already.
Wow. Yep.
And that puts a premium on this double elimination. The more you win, the less balls you got to hit, less
That's
tired
true.
you are. So
That's true.
we will see.
It's going to cut down fairly quick. So staying in.
But to play devil's advocate to that,
Yep.
some guys get on a heater, and they get knocked down into that loser's bracket, and then they make a run because it's just ball after ball, pumping in the rounds and going, and they get
put
in a
up or
groove.
shut up.
Yeah. And some
Got
people,
nothing to lose at this point except
it-
everything.
it's
So,
fight or flight. So every ball's important. Not that it wasn't before, but
Yeah.
much more now.
It'd be interesting. Not to pick on Martin, but it'd be interesting for players like that struggle a little bit earlier today. Landon's one of them. Had a couple OB sets, but still were able to squeak by.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, Landon's no rookie to this format. I mean, he made his living off the elimination, so he knows how to do it. He's a crafty veteran, so the pressure I don't think matters to him. It's just the execution. So some
I
guys it affects in different ways.
Yeah. Landon, I don't think he feels pressure, but unless he puts it on himself, of course.
Well, everybody has pressure of
Yeah.
different
What-
different means,
I
but
was talking about
it's how
earlier.
you handle it.
He started in 2005.
Yeah, I was in college.
Yeah.
So
2005, I was in the 5th grade. So I was swinging,
did y'all
but
have
I don't really
lockers at
swinging.
that point? Did you have lockers or no? Middle
No,
school?
not in the 5th
So
grade.
you
no.
didn't have a locker.
I didn't get them until middle school. Yeah.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I was swinging a golf club in the 5th grade, but I wasn't, swinging a golf club back then. It was more of a just
Think
kind
of
of
how much
poking
has
it out there.
changed since 2005.
Oh yeah. He's
I was
seen it
listening
all.
to that podcast, that Stephen Coyce and Zuback did, and I heard him talking about, this is way before my time. These guys are hitting 60-inch drivers. I couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
It's like swinging a broom.
Yeah. I feel like it would just be weird.
You
It's
don't have
just
to
way
swing
too
it
much
that
drag.
hard. I don't think you
Yeah.
have to swing hard. You just make that contact.
Well, because personally, I don't like the 48-inch. I don't like the feel of it. I would much rather swing a 45-inch driver. The only reason I swing the 48 is because it's faster. It's undeniably faster for me to swing
That's the science of it.
a 48-inch driver, but I don't like it. Like I said, I feel like there's way too much drag in it. I've experimented with 47 inches just to kind of meet in the middle, but it's not worth it. I mean, you might as well swing the 48 even if it's uncomfortable.
This is
So-
something you got to learn.
Yeah,
It's a skill.
for sure.
There's literally a ghost like on the right corner. You see like cloud of smoke that's
Yeah.
just it's so weird.
A little bit of dust. I doubt there's no way.
Like
they're gonna be
there
able
it
to
is.
see it.
It's there. It's in the right center.
No.
There's literally like a cloud walking 6 foot tall across the grid. So weird.
There's no way they see it on the broadcast, but maybe if they squint or have a big enough TV.
That was wild. So it looks like the wind is blowing that way.
Yeah.
To the left.
Good. That's a very good observation. You might want to hang on to that.
Uh,
So if the wind doesn't change in the next 20 minutes,
Yep.
you know that in the grid at least it's right to
Yeah.
left.
Aim about 50 yards out to the right
Yeah,
and
like
hit a
Colton.
swinger.
I swear Colton hit a ball earlier today that that started in North Carolina and moved all the way back here to
I've
Memphis.
seen that. Yes, I've seen that before.
Still ended up going like 360, I think, somewhere in there.
It probably went just as far wide as it did far.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Yeah. And he actually rode with us down here from North Carolina, and I watched him hit. I think we left Wednesday. I watched him hit on Tuesday. He hit some that went further left and further right than they did forward. So,
hey man, we as any long drive, we post these balls on Instagram, but we don't hardly ever post the balls we hit bad. So
I mean,
there's a lot more bad than good most of the time.
yeah,
but
I mean, you hit at the house all the time.
Yeah.
Like our grid is not narrow. It's
and I still miss
that
100 yards
facility
right
is
of that.
wide as
sometimes.
all get out. And I swear Colton somehow managed to hit some in Newton Grove. Like they had to have had a different zip code.
I've seen some like I've hit at your place at least 30 yards left of that road. That's got to be up somewhere near those chicken houses if you've ever been there.
I've actually found a few balls
There might be
close.
mine.
None have reached the chicken house. Anybody hits a chicken house,
It's a record.
yeah, that's
You
a
need to move
shot.
move the pole out there.
But we do have a it's called a litter barn. It's basically used for equipment essentially. That's a little bit closer, and I have found some right next to it, which is still very impressive. That's
Yes.
probably
Yeah,
at least 450 yards.
easily.
So
Easily. I've never got to. Every time I go to your place, it's always wind in my face. So every time I leave there, I'm
Yeah.
so discouraged. I'm like, Dad, I can't hit it nowhere. It's like 320 yards.
yeah,
And then, it's a real eye opener.
no, I feel the same way.
Everybody,
may not
I
be
feel
any
like
truth
I'm the only
behind it.
guy that comes there, and it's always in my face. Everybody else goes out there and
Yeah,
it's 450.
The reason my balls only go like 340, 330 is
Wind's
there's
always-
like 30 mile an hour in the
Every
face
time.
always. So
Every time.
and the wind is it's just a really weird wind. We've heard left to right, right to left, but I believe it's a top to down wind, so it's
Yes.
not only in my face, but it's blowing the
It
ball
blows it down.
down to
Yeah,
the ground.
I
Yeah,
agree.
so
I hate when that happens. Seamus is starting to shake things up down here at the scores table, so maybe he's
yeah, the rain is definitely almost died. Still a little bit of rain I see, but
let me walk out here and see if it's raining any.
I don't see.
Official
Quite
weather
as much.
report.
What do you feel?
A sprinkle here or there. It's not enough to get wet.
Gotcha.
Like if we needed to hit, we could hit right now.
Oh yeah. Hope you brought wet weather gloves.
I did. I've never hit on them, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Man,
Let's take a look at some of the questions.
do you have any kind of idea about what time they may start?
I do not.
They're putting chairs out, so they are.
That's a good sign.
They're getting moving down here.
I will say we are going to get started as soon as we possibly can.
Sooner rather than later.
Yep.
I'm gonna go down and get loose.
All right, buddy. I appreciate you coming back to the booth with me. Good luck out there. Have some fun. All right, Scotty Pyramid, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's take a look at the questions here. How much time is left on the delay? Hopefully, very little. We're getting our chairs back situated. The rain has all but died. There's a slight sprinkle still coming down. But it is clearing up. So as soon as we get started, still a little bit of lightning. That one was rather close, so we got to wait at the very least another 10 minutes. What's the average distance of the senior competition? Really all depends on conditions, where we are. Here, we saw anything from 300 all the way up to, I believe there were high 350s, 360s, somewhere there. David Mobley's winning drive in the final set, I want to say, was around 305 yards. So it's really dependent on the situation. For an example, in Colorado, or not Colorado, but in Mesquite earlier this year, one set, somebody came in fourth with a 420-some yard drive. And the very next set, a player won the set with like a 360 something. So it's really tough to say as to what the average is. Can kind of give you the average for the day. Today, I would guess probably somewhere around 355, 360, somewhere in there. The longest is 396 from Kyle Gabbard. Then Kyle Berkshire has one at 393. Isaiah Joyner has one at 380 something. I'd have to look it up. But most of them I'd say around 360. It's probably the average. Average of 250. If you're at sea level, 250 is not bad. Especially, I mean, anytime you've been playing for less than a year, that's not bad at all. Key things to focus on since you're relatively new, I would say, really look at your attack angle. Right. One thing I could say to anybody hitting a golf ball, if your attack angle is negative, you're killing yourself with a driver. It has to be a positive attack angle to get any kind of distance out of the golf ball. A negative attack angle will just produce way too much spin, and you won't transfer as much energy to the golf ball. Next, look at, I mean, I could say spin rate, but spin rate depends. Just really depends on where you are. Higher elevation, you want more spin. Lower elevation, you want less spin. But yeah, so keep at it, and hopefully we'll see you out here at one of these competitions. And we've got some things coming in the works. We will have, hopefully next year, we will have a way for anybody and everybody. I don't care who you are, what you do, you will be able to compete in long drive. So just keep that in mind. Keep practicing, keep swinging. So things to come, as I always say. Hopefully by the end of the broadcast be a little bit easier to watch as well. Right now it's pretty much a one-man show. I run everything from my little laptop here with some other equipment, of course. But get a few more hands, hopefully, a little smarter individuals to come help me. Not saying I don't have smart individuals, don't have any individuals to help me right now. So be nice to have some extra hands and some extra heads around here helping out with the broadcast to make it a little bit easier for you guys to watch. And then, of course, technology. I'm always looking for ways to incorporate technology into the broadcasts. So I feel like technology is really going to help in the future. So all right, what's the time? Time is currently 2:52 here in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm not sure how long it's been since the last lightning strike, but I'd imagine we'll be clear here in about 3 or 4 minutes. And we'll assess the situation as we can. As you can see, the wind and the rain has all but stopped. The water off the building has even died down a little bit. Pull up the leaderboard here again. So here's what we got going on currently. We were able to get one set in before the lightning and weather just decided to stop us. It's a double elimination format, starting from the left. In our first set, Bryce Verplank came in first place with 357. Bobby Ray came in second with a 352, followed by Kyle Gabbard and Gavin Yosis at 342 and 340. So Bryce Verplank and Bobby move on in the winner's bracket. And Kyle Gabbard and Gavin Yosis will drop down to the loser's bracket. Bryce has moved on to first group in round 2. He'll be up against Isaiah Joyner and Will Hogue, and one of the players from not sure which, but one of the sets in round 1. Bobby Ray, if you look on the right column there, he will be in Group D in round 2, up against Zach Holton and Naoto Misumi. So, once we are able to get things back up and running, on the tee box in slot 1, we'll have Sam Judah, Sean Johnson in slot 2, Jeremy Nowak in slot 3, and Tyler Culver in slot 4. And we're going to have to reset the clock back to 10 minutes because we just had another strike of lightning. So. My weather forecast only goes to 3:35 for some reason. Let's give that a quick refresh, see if it changes. So we're at 3:55 mark. Zoom in here. So we're right in here around Germantown, which shows a little bit of yellow. Which is really weird because it's not really raining. It shows yellow, but there's no rain. Like it's it's literally just clouds and thunder right now. So the grid faces west, more towards downtown Memphis, and that's where most of the lightning is coming from. And they're showing green. So it's really weird. All right, so about 35 minutes ago, we ran a poll for Trey asking which movie is better, Pulp Fiction or Reservoir Dogs. And after 35 minutes and 34 votes, it looks like Pulp Fiction turns out to be the better movie, in the opinion of the fans of Long Drive. So, interesting. 67% in favor of Pulp Fiction. And TJ, you are a more knowledgeable weatherman than I. I did not know that green oftentimes does not make it to the ground, so quicker 5-minute polls. Let me think of something real quick. All right, so here's an interesting one. If you know it, how about don't tell it in chat for everybody that doesn't know or is trying to guess. What's the longest drive recorded in Long Drive? Is it 490 yards, 505, 539, or 569 yards? Again, if you know the correct answer, please do not put it in the chat. Let's see what you guys think. And the time is currently 3:02. So we'll shut that one down at 3:10. So this will be an 8-minute poll. See if anybody gets it right. All right. Quick update on the weather. So the rain has completely stopped. I'll switch to the down the line camera. You can see just over the trees. We have a little bit of light. It shouldn't be too much longer. Boats are still coming in for the longest drive. Give that a few more minutes. And I may even provide a hint later as time goes on. I'll tell you where the longest drive was hit. I can also tell you who, but we'll wait till after the poll. Yeah, way to go, Trey. You spoiled it. Do not, I repeat, do not provide the answer, but you are correct on as far as who hit the longest drive, and it was Scott Smith. Again, later I'll tell you where it was. TJ Allison increasing people's chances that have not voted yet, identifying that there was a 493 and a 495 hit 2 weeks ago in Colorado. So you can eliminate at least one of those numbers. That is correct. It was at least 250 yards. Just a couple more yards than 250. All right, I'm going to step away from the microphone real quick. I'm going to try to find the big deal, Ryan Riesbeck, and see if we can get an estimate as to when we're going to get started. Still 5 minutes to go on the poll as to what the longest recorded drive is. So if you haven't answered that, go ahead and take a guess. The winner gets a big fat nothing, except a congratulations. You have a little bit of history knowledge in long drive. All right, we'll be back. All right, I'm back. And I just got the word from the big deal on Ryan Riesbeck himself. You can see him walking down to the tee box there. We're going to try to get things set up and back up and running here in about 10 or 15 minutes. We got about a minute and some change left on the pole. Currently in the lead. I don't know if you guys can see the stats or not, but currently in the lead, the most popular answer is 505 yards at 32% of the votes. So we'll give that about another minute and we'll shut it down, and I'll let you know who, where, and how far the longest drive recorded in long drive is. Highest club head speed was 164 miles an hour. Don't know the stipulations behind that, but personally, I can tell you that I have seen a 166, and it was from a big fella that unfortunately hasn't been able to compete very much in the last 2 years, by the name of Michael Knox. You want to talk about fast? That guy's fast. And it wasn't a misread either. Like there were multiple recorded 160 pluses from Michael Knox. And as I say that, lightning strikes. So I don't know if you guys could hear the thunder rolling there, but we're going to end the poll. And most of you said that 505 yards was the longest recorded drive in long drive. And that is incorrect. The longest recorded drive in long drive competition history was Scott Smith in New Mexico at 539 yards. It was the longest recorded drive in competition history. Officially. Of course, there's been other drives that are unofficially longer, but you know, the one that we can confirm in competition to be official is 539 yards, which is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, my guess was Colorado as well, but nope. It's in New Mexico. What was the carry on the 539? That's a good question. I wasn't there. It was quite a few years ago. I unfortunately was not there to witness it. I could probably ask around. I don't know if you can get an accurate answer because you ask 10 different people, you're probably going to get 10 different yardages. But the final one's really the only one that matters, the one that went down on paper. So, but New Mexico, if I had to guess, I would say it was probably somewhere at least in the high 480s or 490s. That seems to be because, I mean, you think New Mexico, it's kind of an arid / desert type terrain. So it's going to run, definitely going to run out. Yeah, so weather delay is going to be really interesting for anybody that has a tight schedule in terms of travel. Which honestly, if you're booking your flights home close to the end of the tournament, like, what are you doing? I mean, are you planning to, obviously not planning to win, So the red eyes though, like the flights late tonight at 10, 11 o'clock, I feel bad for anybody on those. They're going to be really tired. But who knows, it might help with the sleep on the airplane. I know we've got about a 14-hour drive starting tomorrow all the way back to North Carolina. We travel through 6 different states to get home. It's absolutely ridiculous. We go south through Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, all that good stuff. We touch a total of 6 states on our fancy little trip. And from our place, the One Stop Power Shop in North Carolina, distance-wise, it is closer to Port Rowan, I guess I should have ran this as a poll, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you. It's closer to Port Rowan, Canada, than it is here to Memphis, Tennessee, in terms of distance. It's just absolutely mind-blowing. All right, so here's the current weather forecast. And you can see there that we're in the green. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get things back up and running here shortly. As I look down the line at the competitors, they've switched from goofing off with their wedges to back to swinging the big stick. So they must have some information that I don't about getting started here shortly. Oh, that's a good question, TJ. I honestly can't remember what driver he did it with. It was either a crank or a Callaway. I'm not. I know it was one of those. I just can't remember which one Michael was hitting at the time. And just for the record, the shot was absolutely horrible. Like he almost whiffed the golf ball. And this was back when Michael was first getting into long drive. He'd just come off of baseball, like he was former professional baseball player. So just big guy, DH for I think the Cardinals organization, and just I mean I swear his backswing was faster than my downswing. It still even today still makes a whoosh on his backswing. So you hear the whoosh in the backswing, the whoosh on the downswing, and then a whoosh in his follow through. So it's three different whooshes in the guy's golf swing. And I remember where he did it too. It was at Keith Hill's driving range in North Carolina, Bowie's Creek. That driving range is massive, and he missed it. He missed the driving range with 166 mile an hour club speed. It was picked up on a flight scope. And yeah, the smash factor was absolutely horrible. I want to say his ball speed was like 180 or something like that. You know, it's just almost missed the golf ball. But yeah, the flight scope picked up the club speed at 166, and then a few other ones at like 158, 160, things like that. And of course, as he got better at swinging the golf club, the swing speed and the ball speed came down. Yeah, it was just mind blowing to see somebody put up multiple 160 club speeds. Yeah, we've had quite a long delay. I'm debating whether to shut it down and start it back up or not. It's nice to see most of you sticking with us. There's your little glimpse of the statistics there. 87 current or concurrent viewers, pretty steady. Go back to the broadcast or the forecast here. This is 4:40, so this is the estimate for 10 minutes from now. So we're right here at the end of it. Hopefully, we'll get started here soon. Let's see, Nate Inman. How much longer are we thinking on delay? I live about 5 minutes away. Yeah, I mean, there's no rain. I mean, as you probably can tell, living so close to here, there's no rain, so we're literally just waiting on the lightning to clear up. And the last, knock on wood here, I don't want to jinx us, but the last lightning strike I saw was probably 10, 15 minutes ago, and it was at least 10 miles away. So definitely, if you want to see some interesting ball flights, come check it out. It'll be all carry, so it'll be interesting to see how far these guys can fly the golf ball. A lot of heavy hitters in the field. Kyle Berkshire, Josh Koch, Martin Borgmeyer, Landon Gentry, Colton Casto, fast players. Jeremy Nowak. A lot of guys out here that can really move the golf ball. If Live back this, they would chemically alter the sky for optimal weather. That's funny. I'm gonna modify Kanye West here and say no one organization should have all that power. But that would be nice for golf, right? If you could just turn a dial and bring out some sunny skies so that everybody can get out and play some golf or do long drive in this case. Let's go back over here. Yeah, that's great. Go back to the recap here. We were able to get one set in before the rain delays. You can see there Bryce Verplank coming in first with 357 and Bobby Ray coming in second with 352. They move on in the winners bracket where Kyle Gabbard and Gavin Yosis at 340 and 342 drop down to the losers bracket. We are running double elimination for the rest of the tournament all the way down to the finals. It will be a true double elimination. So, let's say in the finals, player one has 0 losses. They will have to lose 2 sets in a row to be beaten. And 2 sets, I mean 2 6-ball sets. So, take a minimum of 12 golf balls to beat player one. If it plays out and say player one, of course, enters the final match with 0 losses. We started with around 45 players. We split them up into 3 groups of 16. And we took the top 8 from the preliminary rounds of 16. The top 8 overall of the 24 remaining players got a bye in the first round. As you can see there by the second column, those players were Isaiah Joyner, Will Hogue, Kyle Berkshire, Colton Casto, George Haggerty, Ryan Riesbeck, Zach Colton, and Naoto Misumi. Longest ball today came from actually one of our amateur players, Kyle Gabbard, at 396 yards. That was in Group 1 today, sometime around 9:30, 9:45. And the skies were blue. It was about 86 degrees around that time, with about 30% humidity. Just absolute freak golf ball up the right side. Had maybe a 5-yard draw to it. It landed, and I mean, it kicked straight down the center, or straight down the grid. Not right or left, just hit near about as well as you can hit a golf ball. And then Kyle in Group 3, we actually had a little bit of rain come in the third group, but Kyle was able to hit one 393 yards. So, and we did our performance bonuses like we always do, per group of 16. So Kyle Gabbard took longest ball performance bonus in his group. Kyle Berkshire took longest ball in his group with the 393. And Isaiah Joyner took the longest ball in group number 2. I want to say it was like 387, I believe, is what won longest in group 2. Speaking of Isaiah, he is the only player today to currently be undefeated He was the only player out of all three groups to win all of their sets in the preliminary rounds. He moved into the match play with 1,000 points, taking the number 1 seed. Just striping the golf ball all day. I mean, honestly, looked like he was in cruise control the whole time. Just 370, 370, 370 all day long. Had the 387 in there. Just putting on a clinic. Brandon Flynn talking about Galladay should be fine with the walking on water thing. Jesus may be able to walk on water, but I don't know about his golf ball. And I see a lot of puddles on the range, so I can only assume there's going to be puddles out in the grid. That depends, Cal. If it hits them on the downswing, probably. It hits them on the upswing, it might slow them down quite a bit. Which, I mean, I've heard stories of airplanes being struck by lightning. So I wonder if the golf ball, like if it, especially if it got close to one of these towers, maybe the golf ball gets struck. That would be interesting. No, there's no Cecil's chicken in the booth. Sounds good though. I haven't been there, but hopefully it's good. I don't know that I compare all chicken that I eat to Bojangles though. So if it's not up to Bojangles standards, it's not going to be good according to me. All right, so I just stepped away and spoke with tournament administration, and I was informed that we are shooting for 4 o'clock local time here in Memphis, which is 13 minutes from now. Is the time that we will assess the current weather situation. Cecil's converted you back to a meat eater. That's a big statement. Might have to check that out before we leave. That's funny. Brandon Flynn talking about Tyga getting the full experience in America here. Yeah, I don't know if anybody saw the picture, but I think they tricked him out in some very American patriotic clothing. So it's kind of funny because I'm pretty sure that was actually a German's idea, not an American's idea, to buy those clothes. All right, over there giving an announcement, letting everybody know that 4 p.m. is the targeted time to get everything started.
All right, folks. Ryan Respect back on the mic. All right, we're going to try and get started here, 4 p.m. And that's in about 8 minutes, 9 minutes. We're getting the players warmed up again, calling our grid workers to get in place.
I got a question for you,
Yep.
Ryan.
Let's hear it.
During this, what seems like, 40 days and 40 nights worth of rain, there was a lot of shenanigans going on the driving range.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to affect the competition?
Well, I'll tell you, there's a few things happening, not even just the shenanigans, but also players are having to choose whether to wait and miss their flight or to drop out of the competition and catch their flights. So I know a lot of the guys that are long drivers do corporate outings, and there's a few different players here that actually have to be in other states in the morning to tee off to do some fundraising at corporate outings. So they're going to have to make some decisions here, and we'd like to get underway, at least give them a shot to advance as far as they can so they can make some money if possible. But we're cutting it from 48 players down to 24. The shenanigans right now, as far as like they're having wedge offs and things like that. I noticed some players are trying to hit like stinger shots.
Okay.
And I really do think that will affect some of these guys.
Oh, for sure.
So you're over there grooving. I mean, you hit more balls than you think when you're just messing around like that. And that's what they're doing, is just hitting, reloading, hitting. So some guys like Josh Koch, he was doing some movement stuff, trying to stay loose, keep his back nice and limber. And I think he's focused. But we'll see. I mean, some guys need to be loose. They're going to perform better loose.
Yeah.
Other guys, they got to stay focused and in the zone, which is really hard.
So you mentioned some people have to be in other states tomorrow. Has anyone currently dropped out due to scheduling?
Not at this point yet, but we're trying to make this happen. Seamus is now making his way under the scoring tent. I think we can get the ball callers out here. They're coming over right now from the shelter over there, and we'll get started. So He's going to call the first group up here in 5 minutes. Really, it's the lightning is the problem, right? Even this like slow drizzle, it's not that big a deal. Players will take towels and wipe their grips off and switch out their gloves. The footing on the tee box, as long as it's not slippery. I mean, that's a good thing about the tee box is there's some space so you can move forward, back, change your position on the tee box, and then but it does become a point of you can't overswing. You got to, but that's normal play, right? That's just part of the game. You got to learn to stay in control and put balls in play and flight it. Now, I mean, the grid right now, I can't imagine is going to give up a lot of roll. So we're seeing on the range, we'll see some. Oh, there's lightning right there. I think it's a long ways away.
Yeah, in the rule, like 12 miles. If it's outside 12 miles, we don't really have to worry about it.
Yeah. Man, that's terrible. Well, let's talk alternate formats here. An option that we have is if we could hit from these mats up here, up above. We got the right mats in position. We got to move some of these barriers between hitters, but the tee line does not line up perpendicular with the grid. So a player, if we did it under the shelter here in position 1, may be a little bit further away than the person in the 4 slot. So not quite fair, but the other option is we could use top tracer. I don't know if the players want to use top tracer at this point. I don't think that they do. I think it'd be better to put them up here on the tee box and let them hit. So what do you think?
Well, I hope we don't have to do either, to be perfectly honest. That lightning was,
Long ways away.
I won't say a long ways away, and safety is a priority here, but it was at least a good ways away. So hopefully, we give it another few minutes. Hopefully we won't have to worry about it.
All right, I think we're gonna push through and get it going. I'm gonna have to leave for a second and go find a 4th ball caller. Maybe let me go see who I can find real quick. It takes a lot of people to run these events, so
For sure. Brandon Flynn asking if Colton has vomited yet. My guess is yes. That tends to happen earlier in the day, though. Colton's first group was at 11, somewhere around 11. So that was a few hours ago. I'm sure he's already done it, gotten it out of his system by now. Yeah, that's kind of his signature thing. If Colton's nerves don't get to him, then something bigger is going on. So yeah, it's typically a sign that he's focused on what he's trying to do. Brant, to answer your question, I have counted 4 total. So a little low today, but again, we literally just started the second round, so more of that to come probably. And of course, Seamus Mannion, being the ultimate troll that he is, has chosen to play Purple Rain through the speakers as we set things back up. And hopefully we'll be able to get the tablets back out there. That way we can get some scoring. Don't quote me on that though. That's me being obnoxious and wishful. All right, so we got players back on the tee box now. Finally, for set number 2 in the double elimination. In slot 1, we're going to have Sam Judah, Sean Johnson in slot 2, Jeremy Nowak in slot 3, and Tyler Culver in slot 4. Finally, we're getting things back up and running. Unfortunately, I was just informed that we are not going to be having any live scoring. Our system is not set up for the double elimination, so we do not have a way to get the live scores. So we're all going to anxiously sit here and wait. I might even make a few numbers up. But we'll get the scores posted, the results of the round by round as we get them. I can literally flip over to the official score sheet, and we'll be able to see the numbers as they come in. All right, so looks like all 3 balls are going to be OB to start us off. Let's see if I can catch Sam Judah's. Cut going down the right side. Wasn't hit very high, and I couldn't see the bounce, so I'm going to take a guess and say it's OB. And no idea where Sean's went, but Jeremy and Tyler are both OB as well. So still waiting on some numbers. We got old Bobby Ray back in the booth with us here. So let's take a moment and let's talk about your wardrobe. You've changed shirts twice now, so you're on your third outfit.
Yeah, I'd like to tell you it was planned and just because all this humidity, but I thought I was out after that first round. I didn't hit the ball very well, and I thought I was going to come just short. And somehow snuck into a playoff and got through that, and so I'd already packed up all my stuff and changed clothes. So
That's long drive right there.
yeah, and then I changed again, and I had a spare shirt that was a little bit maybe more appropriate than the cotton T-shirt that I was wearing for that playoff. Yeah, these conditions have been changing, every hour. So
Yep.
it's officially an all carry grid right now.
Yeah, that's a good ball from Tyler Culver there.
Yeah,
It's
Tyler
going down the right
roasted
side.
that one.
Unfortunately, we don't have any live scoring now, so we can't really see what the numbers are. But we will do the best we can here.
Are we gonna get that back up, or you think that's
No,
that's that?
we're the system is only set up for the round robin, so we don't have a way of setting up a. I even asked, could we set up maybe like a 24-man round robin and just ignore the points, just so we could get some T-box numbers, but that's not how things are set up. That system is still very, very alpha stages in terms of programming. So
Sure is fun when you guys have that up, though, to be able to turn your head back and take a look at the TV, see where you stand.
yeah, I think it adds to the competition, right? Because it's just one more element that allows you to know where everything's going on right now. Because when you're on the tee box, you got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's enough on the players to have to get the balls off, right? It's like to think about what the guy next to you is doing is oftentimes detrimental to what you're doing. So to be able to look over and know, okay, I got to have a 350 here, I think really helps.
Yeah,
So,
no question about it. Not that I can do anything about it. I hit all my balls the same distance anyway. Everything's off the heel and
Mr.
350.
Consistent. So I think we got a 361 from Sam Judah. 343 from Tyler Culver. No marks for Sean. And 46 from Jeremy Nowak. Yeah. Yeah. Don't you worry about that. Let us worry about this.
All right, so Tyler Culver, kind of a rough break there. Anytime you miss moving on by 3 yards, it's kind of hard to swallow.
Yeah.
But he's still alive. That's the beauty of the double elimination. You got a little room to slip up, and then it's go time from there.
Yep. So Sam Judah and Jeremy Nowak moving on to the winners bracket. John Johnson, Tyler Culver drop down to the losers. On the tee box now we have Kyle Culver, William Dugan, Landon Gentry, and Martin.
This footing's probably going to get a little muddy here over the next 45 minutes, I imagine. Borgmeyer's got a high draw down the left side. It's going to probably have to sit soft to stay in, but not a bad first ball out of him.
Landon was up the right side. I'm not sure if it stayed in or not. A little bit of banter going back and forth in the
Scott
chat.
Odekirk asked, "Who's painting my shirts on?" Your mom. right before I go.
Glad Miss Odekirk is able to make the competition today.
I hope she's alive and well, or else I am just the worst person.
To eat that one.
Yeah. It's like, what is it in Wedding Crashers? If you're going to reference a relative, you better be 100% confident that they're alive.
Great role models, by the way.
Yeah, that's how I live my life, by those guys.
High draw. High draw down the right side for William Dugan. He's anxiously waiting to see what stays in, as are we. Having the live scoring in the preliminary rounds and not having it now just makes it so much worse.
Yeah, it's kind of a letdown, you know? I mean, it's one of those things where you give people a taste of the way it should be, and then you pull strings. But everything's going to get better and better over time with your guys' setup and having the live scoring throughout.
See, it's all planned out, right? We're creating that demand. So you give somebody a sample taste, and then you take it away from them until the craving is just right, and then you bring it back.
Right. At least you're giving that little taste, though, right? So Landon's hit the grid a few times with that nice big high draw. He looks frustrated, though. So my guess is Landon did not hit the ball he wanted, but you never know. In double elimination, you can get away with it, right? It's not about winning sets. It's about coming in the top two.
I'm afraid, there's a chance that he actually went OB.
You think I saw some balls that were drawn toward the left side. I thought at least one of them would stay in, but maybe not.
I thought surely at least his third ball was in. It was down the right side with a nice little baby draw to it, but he was not happy after his sixth ball. So William Dugan at 343. Martin Borgmeyer at 360. Landon 345. So he was in play at least. And Kyle Culver 310.
So Landon just did enough.
No, just enough.
He didn't like any of the balls he hit, but 345 is just enough to get by.
All right. Martin
It's a
Borgmeyer
fun
and Landon
group here.
Gentry
I
move
gotta get
on.
back to warming up, Robbie.
I appreciate you dropping in for us.
It'll be a fun rest of the afternoon. Hopefully the weather cooperates.
Yes, sir.
Talk to you later.
All right, bud. Nice. Good luck, man. I appreciate it. All right. Tyga getting us started with a Yale. Wasn't able to catch the ball flight, so I'm not sure if it was a premature Yale or if it was an accomplishment Yale. That one's going to go OB left. Josh Koch has it's going to be OB left on the. It's close to the line though. Still unable to see Scotty's or Mark Costello's. I believe Mark's in, sitting there asking his ball caller for a number. OB left, Costello, and I think OB right for Scotty. Which that could stay in, honestly. I wasn't able to catch the ball coming down, but Scotty typically hits the high draw. Ooh, Tyga has a big ball going up the right side, and that should be in play. OB left for Josh Koch. OB left for Scotty. OB left for Josh Koch and Tyga. Oh, that's high. I think it's going to go OB right there for Mark. OB left for Scotty. Tyga has another big ball, drawing nice back towards the center. He's happy with it. Golf spikes are definitely allowed. Long drive follows USGA regulations. As long as it is okay with the USGA, it is okay with long drive. Changes to the shaft length. It's a tricky situation. It's fairly simple. It just gives the hosting facility or organization the option to limit the driver length to 46 inches. It's not mandatory. And with the PLDA being the hosting organization, we have chosen not to enforce the 46-inch rule, which allows the maximum length USGA of 48 inches. So you have golf spikes, T-claws. T-claws are also USGA legal, as long as they do not have the string attached to them. So those of you that are unfamiliar with T-claw, they not only are great for keeping your tees in place, that way you don't lose them, but they can also be used as a training aid. They come with 2 T-claws and a string between the 2, so you can use it for things such as like alignment aids. You can use it for working on, say, like path, face angle, pretty much anything your imagination can come up with and need a straight line for. T-claw's there to help. Shout out to John Black and T-claw. So it looks like Mark Costello is coming in at 353 and Taiga Tazawa at 351. Josh Kosh at 350. Very tight group. 53.003 Mark Costello. So what happened there? Scotty Pierman coming in with 353 as well. So what that means is that they were both 353 yards, but Mark Costello was more than 6 inches further than Scotty Pierman. So all that is it just gives, it's for seating purposes. It determines which round they go to. But both at 353 yards, both Mark Costello and Scotty Pierman advance in the winner's bracket. And Taiga Tazawa and Josh Koch fall to the loser's bracket. Getting us started here in round 2, we've got Isaiah Joyner in slot 1, Bryce Verplank in slot 2, Scotty Pierman goes to slot 3, and Will Hogue to slot 4. So if you look further down the list, with Mark, as I said, being more than 6 inches further than Scotty's, should it have been the reverse, where Scotty's was more than 6 inches longer than Mark, he would actually be in group 4 in round 2. So it does matter. Both in the winner's bracket, though, so not that big of a deal, just kind of a small little detail. All right. This will be an interesting, very interesting set here. All 4 of these players can hit the ball really high. That'll be right for Isaiah. I lost Bryce in the clouds. Scotty is OB left, and Will is up the right side. Should have a number. OB right again for Isaiah. Which those are just open face blocks. Again, he looks like he's in cruise control mode. Swing looks great. Just leaving the face a little open right here. That's going to be a draw up the left side. It's going to be close to the line for Isaiah. Unable to see the bounce, so we'll have to wait and find out if it's in bounds or not. Good ball from Will, although I was unable to see it. He's happy with it. Crowd's happy with it. It'll be left for Scotty. And Bryce was up the right side. Not sure if it was in bounds or not. I'll be right for Isaiah. Will really happy with that ball. God, I wish we had the live scoring up so we could have some numbers. That's a good ball from Isaiah. Draw up the right side. Turning back towards center. Will be left for Scotty. Right. So we're in the round 2 second column here. All right, so 366 for Will Hogue. Scotty was OB, so he'll drop down to the loser's bracket. 363 for Bryce for Plank, and 346 for Isaiah. So Isaiah will drop down to the loser's bracket. That is the first set today that he's lost. So he's still in it, still got a chance. Bryce for Plank and Will Hogue move on to round 5. Up next is Kyle Berkshire, Sam Judah, Landon Gentry, and Colton Casto. Again, this is the winner bracket, so a loss here for any of these guys is not, I guess, too big of a deal. I mean, obviously, everybody wants to win and stay in the winner's bracket, but at least with a loss here, they get a second chance. So Colton Casto will be left. Landon Gentry, straight up Broad Street. It's going to be a number for Landon. OB left for Berkshire. OB left for Sam Judah. Right line for Colton. Probably going to be OB right, though. I think Landon's OB left. Down the left side. OB right for Berkshire. Sam Judah's got a cut down the left side. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, though. Still think it's going to be OB. Colton Casto's hard down the left side. More than likely going to bounce OB left for Colton. This is a draw up the right side for Kyle Berkshire. It's going to be in the grid, so he should get a number back. OB left for Colton. Landon, draw up the right side. Telling it to come back. It should be down the line. It would have to kick pretty hard right to go out. OB right for Berkshire. Sam Judah up the left side. Should be a number. OB left for Colton. Well, I say OB, it's going to be close to the line. It was turning pretty hard, though. OB right for Landon. I'm not sure about Kyle and Sam. Colton Casto gets one in play or draw up the right side, turning it back towards the center. All 4 players have a number. OB right for Landon. So we'll have to wait and see who's the longest. Looks like Sam slipped on that one, so. All right. They all have numbers. Just wait and see which 2 are the longest. Coming up, we have George Haggerty, Martin Borgmeyer, Jeremy Nowak, and Ryan Riesbeck. All right. Sam Judah, 347. Colton Castro, 356. Berkshire, 364. And Landon Gentry at 355. So Berkshire and Casto move on. Sam Judah and Landon Gentry drop down. All right. Moving right along. Again, this entire round is the winner's bracket. So we will not be eliminating any players this round. Nowak, OB left. Riesbeck, OB left. Borgmeyer's OB right. Maybe it's on the line. Staring it down. Not sure if it came back in or not. Sounds disappointed. So probably what happens is it hit the sign and came back in, which counts as an OB for Borgmeyer. OB right for Riesbeck. High draw from Borgmeyer. This is another one going to be close to the line. I believe that one's OB left as well, judging by his reaction. Nowak and Haggerty, I think, were OB right, as well as Riesbeck. Martin Borgmeyer has hit 3 balls in a bucket down the right side, just OB. OB left for Nowak. Haggerty's turning hard towards the left line. May stay in, though. And Martin Borgmeyer is right down Broad Street. I think. Yes, right down Broad Street. So Borgmeyer's in. We'll have a number. Nowak is high right. Might be a number, though. Unable to find Haggerty's. He'll be right for Riesbeck and Borgmeyer. I think Borgmeyer slipped on that one. He'll be left for George Haggerty. 10 seconds left. OBs. Borgmeyer has a draw going up the right center. Not sure if George was able to get one in play or not. Right. Again, this is the winner's bracket, so no players will be eliminated. The losers will drop down. It'll be their first loss, so they'll drop down to the loser's bracket, where they'll get the hit again. Haggerty was in at 334. Jeremy Nowak was OB. Riesbeck, OB as well. And 357 for Borgmeyer. So 334 was enough for Haggerty to advance. The point 1 and point 2 is purely for the scoring system. Nowak and Riesbeck were OB, so they will be seeded based on their rank going into the final 24. So Riesbeck was ranked higher, so he gets the first group, or the higher group, sooner group, I guess is how you would say it. A few OBs there. And Naoto starting strong, going straight down the center of the grid. Why is Martin allowed to have a GC quad in front of him? All players have the option to bring on their radar systems. If they own a radar system, they are allowed to bring it to the tee box. We do not discourage any data acquisition as long as it does not physically interfere with the competition or any of the other players. They are allowed to bring those and use those. So you'll see Martin has his quad. Scotty Pierman has his Bushnell. Kyle has his Trackman. Josh Koch has his Trackman. Naoto straight down Broad Street, screaming at it. He's been hitting the ball really well all day, so he was able to carry that into the double elimination here. Bobby Ray has a cut. He gets a friendly bounce. This should be inbounds. And it's soggy. Let's get that straight on the grid. So I don't expect too many balls to bounce and run out of bounds. So pretty much all carry. That'll be right for Bobby Ray. That'll be left for Naoto. That'll be right, Mark Costello. I never saw that from Zach. Did you see that? Nobody saw it. Zach. That's another high cut from Bobby. Not too happy with it. And Naoto's up the right side. That should be another one inbounds. That'll be left for Mark Costello. I believe that's going to be Obi right for Zach Holton. Isn't it unfair? Advantage players with higher financial capacities. You actually missed that conversation. We ran a poll earlier. There's good arguments for both sides. You can bring any system. There's affordable systems for everybody out there. They don't have to be top of the line, like say the flight scopes, the TrackMan, the quads. You can bring Rapsodos, what's the other one? ES12s. You can bring all those to the tee box with you. So the affordability and the accessibility of radars isn't really a question. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to provide data acquisition for all the slots, so it'll be a moot point. But yeah, you're a few hours late, as Brant says there, to that conversation. So Zach Holton comes in at 357, Mark Costello at 336, Bobby Ray at 333, and Naoto Misumi at 367. So Naoto and Zach move on to the winner's bracket, and Mark Costello and Bobby Ray drop down to the loser's bracket. And here we have the first round of the loser's bracket, which means it is now or never for the following players. Kyle Gabbard in slot 1, Sean Johnson in slot 2, William Dugan in slot 3, Josh Koch in slot 4. All right, so we got crowd saying good ball to Josh, so he should be in with a number. Yeah, Becca we'll get the score or the leaderboard up here in between sets. Sean Johnson, Obi Wright, I believe. High ball up the right side for William Dugan. I don't think that one stayed in bounds, though. Josh Koch has a cut going up the middle. Another high ball up the right side for William Dugan. Probably going to be OB, though. This one's going to be OB left for William. Sean's ball falls off the tee. 35 seconds left, 2 balls for Sean. It's probably going to lead to him rushing his last ball. And that one's OB left. And I wasn't able to see Kyle Gabbard's. Tees up another one quickly. OB for Josh. Ten seconds on the clock now for Sean's last ball. And Kyle. Ooh, that's up the right side for Sean. If it draws, it might be a decent ball. OB right for Kyle. All right. So here is the round 3 pairings. We are at the top in Group A. Kyle Gabbard, Sean Johnson, William Dugan, and Josh Koch. All right, so it looks like Kyle Gabbard and William Dugan were both OB. Josh Koch coming in at 355. And 362 for Sean Johnson. And this is the losers bracket. So William Dugan and William Dugan and Kyle Gabbard are eliminated. Sean Johnson and Josh Koch will advance to round 4. And on the tee box now, we have Gavin Yokas, Tyler Culver, Kyle Culver, and Taiga Tazawa. So, Kyle Culver and Tyler Culver are cousins on the tee box together. So. Cut up the right side for Taiga. Not too happy with it. Well, we got a couple screams there, so ball should be in play for Gavin, Tyler, and Kyle. Taiga Tazawa has a big ball screaming at it going up the right center. Dead straight on a rope. OB right for Kyle. I lost Tyler's in the clouds. OB left for Taiga. Gavin Yosis has a big draw up the left side. I think it's OB left, though. Another good ball from Taiga. It's going to be OB right, though. Gavin's OB right. Kyle OB left. And again, I lost Tyler's in the clouds. It was up the left center with a cut. I'm not sure how much, though. Another good ball from Taiga. Up the right side. He's happy with it. OB left for Gavin. OB right for Kyle. And Tyler screaming at it. All right, so we got a 344 from Gavin Yosis, 321 for Tyler Culver. Still waiting on Kyle and Tyga. Looks like an OB for Kyle Culver and a 363 from Tyga Tazawa. So Tyga and Gavin will be moving on. Tyler and Kyle Culver will be eliminated. All right. On the T-box now, we have Isaiah Joyner, Sam Judah, Ryan Riesbeck, and Bobby Ray. Isaiah Joyner in slot 1, Sam Judah in slot 2, Ryan Riesbeck in slot 3, and Bobby Ray in slot 4. Riesbeck straight up the middle. Unable to see Isaiah's. OB left for Bobby Ray. Sam Judah with a cut up the left side. I lost it in clouds, but it should be a number. Isaiah, high draw up the center. Pop up from Riesbeck. Another cut up the left side for Sam Judah. Bobby Ray has a cut going up the center. I believe Sam and Ryan were close to the left line. Not sure if they stayed in. OB left for Isaiah. OB right for Bobby. OB right for Riesbeck. Sam Judah's going up the left line. If it's cutting, it's good. If it draws, it's OB. Green ball is almost impossible to see once it's really weird. It's green ball, green grass, green trees, but that's the only time I can see it. Once it gets up above the trees, I lose sight of it. Whereas the blue ball, thanks to the overcast, I can actually see pretty well. It's OB right for Isaiah. Riesbeck and Sam Judah cuts up the left side. So Ryan's in, Sam's in, Isaiah's in, and I believe Bobby's in as well. Bobby left for Isaiah. Right line for Bobby. OB left. Sam Judah's trying to see if this one hangs on. I'm not sure it will, though. All right. All right. 355 for Isaiah. Sam Judah coming in at 362. $347 for Bobby Ray. And a $345 for Ryan Riesbeck. So Sam Judah and Isaiah Joyner will be moving on. Ryan Riesbeck and Bobby Ray are eliminated. In slot 1, we have Scotty Pierman, Landon Gentry in slot 2, Jeremy Nowak in slot 3, and Mark Costello in slot 4. Obi Wright, Costello. Landon looking at it. If it's a draw, it might be close to the line, but I would say it's OB from my perspective. Wasn't able to see Scotty's. Obi left for Nowak. Obi right for Landon. Still unable to see Scotty's. Nowak should be up the right side of the grid with a cut, so that should be a number. Not very high, though, but at least it's in play. Obi right for Landon. Obi right for Scotty. High cut from Nowak. It's going to be a number. I was unable to see marks. Landon has a draw started down the right center. I'm not sure if it's going to stay in. Obi left for Scotty. Not sure if Scotty's got one in play or not. Obi right for Nowak and Costello. Obi right for Landon. I don't know. He's looking at it like it's got a draw on it. As soon as it clears the trees, it's hard to see. All right, players down there. The last balls. 15 seconds on the clock. Nowak, high cut. Scotty, Obi left. Landon, right side with a draw. Kind of a low ball flight, though. All right, so Costello coming in at 353. Scotty, 353 as well. Nowak, 345. And 346 for Landon Gentry. So Scotty and Mark Costello advanced with the 353s. With Scotty being the higher seed, takes the first group. Oh, no, we have a correction on that. Mark Costello taking the first group. All right, so moving into round 4. Sean Johnson in slot 1, Gavin Yosis in slot 2, Isaiah Joyner in slot 3, Mark Costello in slot 4. So back-to-back rounds for Mark Costello. Ryan Riesbeck has returned to the booth.
All right, I'm back. Woo. I'm a little sweaty and out of breath.
Yeah. Feels good up here in the booth, but I imagine once you get back to swinging, it gets rather sticky.
Yeah, it does. It does. I think players are a little hesitant on the footing right now, but I don't think it's that bad. Just having hit 2 sets, I don't think the footing is the issue. I think right now the people are feeling the pressure to, hit good balls in play, and it seems like if you can get into that high 350 range, the low 360 range, that's getting through right now.
And fatigue. Let's not forget fatigue. Especially guys that had to be out here in the first group at 8 a.m.
Oh yeah.
It's currently 4:50 local time, so I imagine at least some of these guys have been up for 11, almost 12 hours now.
Yeah, I would bet. Mark Costello just hit a good one down the left side. Always nice to hit that first ball and play. This is the start of round 4, still losers bracket. So these guys, all 4 of these guys are survive and advance or don't survive and go home.
I'll be right for Isaiah there.
Costello with another one in that back left corner. We'll see if it stays. It's holding a lot better now that it's not running 40 yards.
Yeah.
Like it was earlier. So I don't know if either of the 3 other players have a ball in play yet.
OB left for Isaiah. OB left for Sean Johnson as well. It's nearly impossible for me to see the green balls in slot 2. Once it gets above the trees,
I got your back.
So
they're going low left. That's why. That one's just left.
Yeah, straight at the tower.
So Gavin, and that's a result a lot of times of being tired. Your legs are tired. You're not using your legs in the swing, so your upper body is coming through too quickly and shutting that club face, getting that left path. Bad combination. He's got to either use those legs or be able to keep the hands back a little bit longer, keep the face open. Man, I don't know. Robbie, how did I look out there? Give me some feedback.
I mean, you didn't look bad, man. You look swings fairly normal. I think a lot of them just, like you said, a little bit of fatigue in the lower body and a little open face here and there.
Yeah, I was trying to use my legs, but I think what I was doing was a lateral sway down the line, which was causing that face to stay open. But I felt like I hit a good one that last round, and I think it only went like 345. So I'm going to blame it on the soft grid. That's why I lost this time. Oh, Joyner just really long. Back left corner. We'll see if it stays. I couldn't see it bouncing. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, I think the one before that, same general area, but I think the one before that was a little bit further right, so that's probably the bigger number.
So I just overheard Scotty Pierman and Bobby Peterson talking a little strategy over there. We'll see how how Scotty does on this. He, in that last set, tied for first to advance, but he was missing the ball left and right, back and forth. And I think they were going to try and figure out, what was causing the double miss so he can eliminate that and put more balls in play.
All right, so the numbers coming in: Sean Johnson 364, Gavin Yosis 349, Isaiah Joyner 353, and 369 for Mark Costello. So Sean and Mark advance. Gavin and Isaiah are eliminated. Unfortunate for Isaiah. I mean,
Sean Johnson,
in
though.
the preliminary rounds, 1,000 points.
Yeah. We have seen that, though. That happened to a few players in Denver.
Yeah.
They I think in the senior division,
Every
three.
division.
Yeah.
Every division. Open, senior, and ladies division. The number 1 seed going into the final rounds all had 1,000 points.
All lost the first
and
round.
all lost in the first round. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be consistent. That's the Sam Judah is hitting this left to right slinger cut thing but he's feeling the grit. I think he's just playing that shot right now and sticking with it. And it's starting left of the power pole, and it's ending up right in the grid. Except that one is going to end out of bounds right.
Yep.
But
A little too much juice on that one.
yeah.
Overcooked it a little bit. It would be right.
These amps. So Scotty, I think first 2 balls missed left. Scotty hits a really high ball flight. He's in the 4th slot in the purple shirt. Kosh feeling good about that one. All right, Scotty got it. Looks like it's going to stay in the right inside the right line. Should hold. See if we can get eyes on it. It's going to be really close on that right line, but
I didn't see it come down. So
and Tazawa looked like he hit a good one. Turning right to left.
that is, I would say, borderline too high from Scotty. That ball is way up in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Tyga yelling at it right center.
All right, most players here down. I think they're down to their last drive.
30 seconds on the clock. This set went by rather quickly. I don't think Tyga was too happy with that one. So I believe he's got a number though. So should be interesting to see.
Yep,
This guy's a much better ball from Scotty, but it's going to go OB left.
Yeah. Sam Judah's got 1 bullet left. Gets it off, and it's in play. And that's probably the best drive he hit in that set right there. A little straighter than the other 2 or 3 he hit in.
Right.
What-
Anxiously await these numbers.
Robbie, how do you feel when somebody walks in front of your camera? Is it anger, frustration?
No, neither, I would say. Eventually, I hope to have enough cameras to play with that it's not going to matter. But in between sets, I really don't care. So I don't expect players to pay attention too much to their surroundings and have them focus on the task at hand. So,
So this is winner's bracket, yeah?
yeah, we're
Round
starting
5.
winner's bracket. The results from the last set, though, Scotty taking the set at 360, and Tyga Tazawa at 357. So they will move on, and Sam Judah and Josh Koch will be eliminated at 352 and 345. So, yeah, now we're back to the winner's bracket.
Hometown hero on the left, Will Hogue. Local fireman, Germantown here, just one of the suburbs of Memphis. Colton Casto here, Crabman, 2nd slot. And he launched that high. Will starts right down the middle with a very Will-esque drive. Haggerty here, definitely crafty when it comes to flighting the ball. 46-inch driver guy.
It's
Yeah,
cooking
that-
hard.
yeah.
Colton, not sure if it's going to stay in on the left side or not. Actually, I believe it is. I saw it bounce. It's going to be close to the line regardless.
Misumi and for slot number 4, that ball was also in play. Not the height on it, a little bit of a cut just inside the right line. Colton not very happy with that. George Haggerty, 2 balls in play. Both very good drives.
I'll be right for Will. All right. Things are gonna start trimming down real quick here. We've got about what would you say, 5 sets left, I would think.
Yeah, it's gonna go pretty fast here. So we're probably 20 minutes maybe away from having a
Okay.
finals match.
I think there's more than 5. 2 winner sets, 2 loser sets. I think there's
I'm just
2
guessing.
more.
I
yeah.
just make it up.
Yeah, I make it up as I go along. It's like that ball from
Misumi's probably
Yeah.
only 75 feet off the ground right
yeah,
there.
but it probably went 675 yards. There's no way to prove me wrong right now. So it's in the trees behind the grid.
You want me to go walk down and get some yardages?
That's up to you. I hate to spoil the anxiety that we got going on here.
Oh man, I am anxious to know. That's why I want to walk down there. The hard part then is that you have to come down with me, or else we'll talk all over each other, huh?
True, and unfortunately, I am glued to this chair, so
Literally.
I will leave it up to you, sir.
Hey, Haggerty just hit another great drive. I think he was at least 3 for 6 there. He didn't seem super happy with that, but regardless, those 4 players are not eliminated yet. 2
Right.
losers drop down to the losers bracket. This is the winners bracket here.
Right.
Some firepower here.
So Colton's ball did not end up staying in play. It was so he'll be OB that set. 343 for Naoto. Will Hogue. Okay, Seamus is tricking me out here, going back and forth between George and Will.
He's playing with your emotions right
Yeah,
now.
no.
He's playing with the emotions of 9 million people watching this live right now.
I'm not gonna have any fingernails after this, man. I'm telling you. So George coming in with a 350 and Will Hogue at 337. So George and Naoto move on to the winners bracket, and Colton and Will Hogue drop down to hit again.
So the
in
2
losers
shortest
bracket.
competitors of that group
height wise,
advancing.
yeah, height wise.
Height-wise, yes. Oh, you meant shortest distance. No, I meant vertical.
All right.
And two different ball flights too, right? Like Naoto is very low.
Yep.
George was high.
Yep. Low cut for Naoto and the high draw for George.
And Zach Holton just blasted one here right down the middle. Borgmeyer outright. Berkshire hit one. I didn't see it after it left through the trees up into the sky, but it was left side. It appeared.
OB left for Bryce. That's
Yeah,
a really good one with Zach. I'd say Zach, then Martin, then Kyle. All 3 hit identical ball flights right back to back to back.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting to see what numbers they get.
It'd be interesting to hear. Maybe I could call Spencer up on the phone, get a report of the yardage of, what it's rolling out, or if it's just like plugging or splattering. What's happening? Brookshire hit well, but I think it's going to go out of bounds left. Got one in play. Verplank here, one right down the right line.
It's going to
Yeah,
be
it's gonna
close.
close, yeah. Berkshire likes that one.
That was really high. Really high. Even for Kyle.
Still hasn't come down, folks. Still hasn't come down. And now it's down. Back right corner. Notice at the bottom right hand of your screen, Mr. Bill Berkshire putting in the time and effort to get some video of Kyle. Bill's like 77 years old. He's a hard-working man.
MVP. MVP. Zach Holton, happy with that one. Getting a little reaction from him.
Oh, the suspense. The suspense, Robbie.
It's killer. All right.
A lot of people don't know this about Bill Berkshire, but he is a former Secret Service officer, United States of America.
Well, the youngest ever, I believe.
he could kill you. He knows like 203 ways to kill you with his right hand.
With his right hand alone. Wow,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
impressive.
I mean, and his left hand, he's not even left-handed, but the left hand is a little deceptive because people don't expect it. But
That's
he
the
was
sneaky hand.
He was telling me this during our rain delay today. Yeah. No, but we appreciate his service. All right.
All right, 342 for Borgmeyer. 351 for Verplank. 356 for Zach Holton. And
I would be surprised if Kyle doesn't get
367.
through. Yeah, he liked
Kyle.
that one he hit. I mean,
Yeah.
he was having a hard time seeing some of the others early, but he hit the one and definitely sounded out on it.
So Verplank and Borgmeyer drop to the losers bracket, while Kyle Berkshire and Zach Holton move on to the round 8 in the top right corner of your screen there. On
All
the
right.
tee box now, getting us started in round 6, we have Will Hogue, Martin Borgmeyer, Mark Costello, and Taiga Tazawa.
I got to tell you, I'm looking at the field here in the losers bracket. This is brutal.
Yes, this is where things get tough
Yeah.
and heartbreaking.
Yeah. I mean, all right. I think Costello's been swinging it really good.
I have a interesting point to bring up while we're just sitting here waiting. I'll pull the scoreboard back up. So if you look at the losers bracket, they have to go through round 6, round 7, round 9, and there's round 10 that you can't see on your screen. Whereas if we scroll up, the losers went from round 5 to round 8. So there's a lot more hitting through the losers bracket.
What do we learn from this? Don't be a loser.
Don't be a loser.
Just be a winner. Life is easier if you're a winner instead of a loser.
Unless you're the type that likes to hit a lot of golf balls, and then by all means drop to the losers bracket and get your fill.
Yeah. If you like to hit a lot, be a loser. And you can get all the hitting you can stand.
But not too much of a loser. Right, Ryan?
Yeah. No, you be a loser. You don't want to be a double loser like me, because then you have to come and get back to work.
And hear all my trash talk in the booth.
Instead of playing with these guys on the tee box, I have to come and pretend I'm happy to be out talking. I'm just kidding. I love the emotion from Taiga. If you guys don't know Taiga Tazawa, you gotta look him up on Instagram. I don't know what his Instagram handle is, but I don't even speak Japanese, and I love it.
No, he's taking English lessons, and it is really impressive how quickly he's learning. How quickly he's learning English.
Oh yeah.
Because
Well,
from what
he and Borgmeyer went to dinner last night and ate sushi, and they were Borgmeyer was teaching him English. That's why he's so good. The German is teaching English.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense.
Americans don't speak English. We speak American, first of all.
Correct. That's just mind blowing because they say English is one of the hardest languages to learn, yet Taiga is making it look easy.
Yeah. Well, he's such a lighthearted guy, just having a good time, having fun. All right, who we got? I wish we knew who had balls in play right now.
Yeah, right. If only we had that live scoring. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. We're working on that. We need some money to pay our programmer. Shout out, by the way, to Curtis Foles, the man. Curtis, I know you're listening, watching on YouTube.
Also, if anybody knows how to make the days longer, that we would appreciate that too.
Yeah, or just Costello just hammered high, maybe a little spinny, but I think if it's all carry right now, I'm gonna call Spencer and get a little bit of down the grid reporting from him here. Hold on.
The tag is in left side. It was a little low though. It'll be right for Will.
Just so you guys know that it is MC Hammer playing in the background.
Borgmeyer might be in on the left. I think Costello's OB right. Really good ball from Taiga, but
Spencer,
it's going to be left.
This is Ryan
Reese
Reese
a little bit.
I am on with 9 million people on YouTube. We're trying to get a feel for what's happening down on the grid. How are the balls reacting?
Will not happy. Thank you for that, James Cornworth. If you travel from Florida to California, your day becomes 27 hours long. Wonderful, wonderful news. We need to move the competitions to airplanes.
I'm liking that. This is yeah, because we're seeing I'm going to give him a little play-by-play here while I talk to you, Spencer. So, Spencer's reporting that we're getting some balls rolling out about 10 to 15 yards. Most of them not much roll at all, 2 or 3 yards. Borgmeyer has one at 360 in that last set. What was the second longest ball in that last set?
I can tell you here in a second. Tyga's at 325. OB for
And,
Will Hogue.
maybe is Mark Costello, 340-ish?
338.
Yep.
Is the
Costello
official
and
number.
Borgmeyer moving on. Okay. Is there anything you want to ask Spencer before we hang up? He's got important work to do out there on the grid. Spencer McDaniel, ATC Fitness.
Appreciate his service.
18 gyms here in the Memphis area. If you're ready to get your sweat on and get your pump on, get your swole, go see ATC Fitness.
All right, so how's Sam Judah hitting it today? Sam hit the ball really well. If I remember correctly, he was eliminated last round.
Pierman just hit one to the moon right there, and it's going to be in play.
But yeah, Sam Judah hit the ball well. Unfortunately, got eliminated in the last round.
Yeah, that low turbo cut is, I mean, you got to have a lot of horsepower to keep it working and stay in the competition.
Yep.
Casto with one down the right line, coming back in. But, yeah, Sam Judah's just new this year. I mean, he's competed in, I think Hobe Sound was maybe his first event. Maybe the launch, but, I mean, that's
promising future.
Yeah.
Fast. 220 if I remember.
Very fast, very fit, very physically fit. I mean, he doesn't have 5 kids and he's 43 like me, you know. I mean, he does all right. He does okay. So a couple players working. I mean, Sean Johnson right here, he keeps hitting balls just left out of bounds. So he is lined up out of bounds right about 40 yards, and he just piped this one down the right side. Going to be a good ball. Sean Johnson, another newcomer, who 220-plus guy. I mean, there's a lot of new talent.
He's also the tallest competitor in the field at 6'7". So
You know, I think Zach Adams is 6'7". I was standing next to Zach Adams yesterday, and I felt like a third grader because he's big everywhere. He's like tall, broad, long, big hands, big feet.
yeah, all these long drivers make me feel small, which is not normal.
Scotty's filling it up.
Scotty. Yep. Oh, that's a big ball.
Colton got it right there, too. Colton got it right there. Oh, Sean, this is a battle here. This is a battle. I don't know if that's gonna be high enough for Sean. We'll see. Bryce down to his last drive here.
I lost that.
It looks like it's turning over a little bit left, maybe. Yeah. Did not come back. Both Sean and Scotty barely getting drives in. I don't know if either of them were in play, but just barely in front of the clock.
All right.
That was a good set right there. Folks, if you're watching from home and you're paying attention to the screen, you don't even need us to tell. We'd need us to tell you. You're going to see it come up right here. What's your guess? My guess is Casto, and I'm going to say Scotty.
Okay.
Maybe Pierman or Johnson.
I have no idea.
I think Colton hit that in the 56. Scotty had
354 from Scotty.
Watch for Plank come in to surprise us.
356 for Sean.
Oh man, suspense.
359 for Bryce.
Wow.
Oh.
So is there a playoff?
There's
We got
something.
2 players. 56. Colton Casto They may have to measure. Of course, both balls, I believe, are down the right side, so maybe they're. Looks like they're doing something out there.
No, they're going to have to measure those and make sure they're
Yeah.
not within 6 inches.
That's a tight group right there, 54 to 59, very tight, and it showed too. That those last 2 or 3 balls, I mean, they were letting it go, full throttle right now, right?
No, can't hold anything back here.
We're waiting to find out who that last player is. They might have to have.
If I had quicker hands, I could jump up and zoom in on the ball callers down there.
We're gonna pull these players off and do a playoff here between Colton Casto and Sean Johnson.
So they were within 6 inches.
Yep. The stash, Magnum PI lookalike, Colton Casto.
Seems like we can't go a single round without some type of playoff here today.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I think it goes to show just how tight the competition is.
Yep. So they're still waiting, so
Nobody's in the grid measuring. So unless they called back and said there's somebody definitely longer than the other
Sean
player.
has been adjusted to 355. So we may have early called the playoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after the measurements, they were close enough to measure, but not quite close enough to count as a tie. Colton Casto moves on.
So he's up right now in the
Going back to back.
2 slot here.
And Bryce.
So Air Borgmeyer, the Germinator, here in slot 1. All right.
That's where I believe we need the grid camera so bad, so desperately.
Yeah.
So we can see just how close those golf balls are together. Because one of these days, they're going to be, I can feel it. When I say within 6 inches of each other, I'm not talking about distance. I'm talking about total distance. They're going to be right next to each other where you can pick them up with one hand.
You know, I'd like to see a cameraman in the grid, and I mean in the grid. And if you hit the cameraman, then you just win that round automatically.
That sounds a little bit dangerous, and I don't know if our insurance would cover that.
I would do it. I would do it. Get out there. Have a radio feed. It'd be worth it to get the camera angles. I mean, I know our PLDA tent right there in the middle is sharp. It looks really good. But I think that extra angle would be great.
Are you volunteering to be out there in the
I
middle of the
seriously
grid?
would do it. And if you hit me, you just get through.
That might be enough to make me sign up, Brian.
Oh.
All right, so we get the signature shout from Martin.
Oh yeah, that's right of center, just barely, but not. He liked it. He could tell he hit it solid. See, this is where like Verplank is quiet, and he won that last round, 359, and I think I was trying to read his reaction, but he just is not like. See, that ball's hit really well, high, right center, and no emotion from Verplank.
Mr. Composure.
He's shaking his head. He's not happy. He slapped his leg right there. That's self-abuse.
Or is that to activate it, kind of like what Colton has going on sometimes?
See, he's heated.
Bryce was grunting during that swing. I think he's going to be able to be right there.
I told Seamus to play Thunderstruck for me, and he didn't.
Wow.
I think he played Justin Timberlake or something. I think that's why I lost.
I was going to say Bringing Sexy back, but with me it never left, so he can't play that song. Will be left for Costello.
Yeah, hands were quick, but I think he's not using his legs right there, coming over the top, left path. See if Colton can resurrect some magic here. That looks pretty good. See if we can keep our eye in the distance for the ball landing.
Bryce and Costello in the center of the grid.
Well, Borgmeyer hit a great drive down. It looks like it's just drawn out of bounds. Don't count out Costello here.
I recognize that lime green shaft as a fly wire.
Yeah. Actually, that's going to be a what do they call that? 4-3. Golf made that. Those
okay.
shafts. Yeah, that's a Spencer McDaniel, Glenn Wilson Jr. creation right there.
Oh, whoops. Whoops.
Yep.
Very similar design to the fly wire.
Yep. Yeah. This one is a little bit more of a neon green. Verplank bragging about 369 walking up. I like the confidence.
That's a big ball right now.
Get all of it though. Verplank did not get all of it. Yeah, he says there's more in the tank, and he says you better stick
367.
around.
So we got a 367 for Colton Casto,
Casto at 67.
369 for Verplank, 369 for Costello.
Oh, 69 for Costello. Oh, and
If this is a 368,
Look at
I'm going to
this,
lose
look at
my
this.
mind. 356 for Martin Borgmeyer.
wow. So Costello 67. He's going home. Borgmeyer's going home.
Casto.
Casto and Costello looks like Verplank barely edging out. Both of them moving on. Verplank and Costello 369.
And those don't require a measurement because they are the top two, so it's the higher seed gets the first set. No need for a measurement there.
All right, so this is
the
the
369s. Move on.
winner's bracket. These four players have not lost in the double elimination portion of the contest.
All right. Kyle anxiously waiting to see what kind of bounce he gets. Not sure if it stayed in.
All right, Zach Colton with happy feet.
Couple OB. Actually, OB for Kyle and actually I think Zach stayed in. So OB left for Kyle. Zach, I think, drew back into the right side.
I wish we could switch the cameras around so they could see here the thousands of people lined up who stuck around today, braved the conditions to be here live at the venue at Putt Putt Family Golf and Games. George Haggerty filling it up on the left side of the grid here. Stay in. Is your prediction here that players are gonna push a little hard? Kyle went after that one for sure.
Yeah. Because, I mean, this set, winning this set is really big because you move on to the final round. Well, the final four on the tee box round.
Yeah.
Which technically, I guess, is the semifinals.
Haggerty here, a little fast, I think. He looks a little bit out of his routine. And that ball is going to be just inside the right line, maybe. It's going to be close. Zach Colton ball right on the right line as well. We should be able to see that one come down. Yeah, inside. Inside the right line, in play. Haggerty hit that ball 230 feet in the air right there. 10 seconds left on the clock.
Will be left for Kyle.
Berkshire upset. I'm not sure if did Berkshire get a ball in play.
Judging by his reaction, I would say no.
Yeah.
But he's not out.
Nope.
This is the winner's bracket.
First loss.
All right. Let's just bring it up here. OB for Kyle Berkshire, so he'll drop down to the loser's bracket.
Zach Colton,
354 for Haggerty.
Excited about his drive.
Yeah, we got a fist pump out of Zach, so I expect his to be more than 354. $353 for Naoto, and I think Zach said 357.
Yeah,
367. Excuse me.
67. There we go.
Wow, big ball. So Zach Holton and George Haggerty advance to the semifinals. Kyle and Naoto move to the losers bracket. Berkshire back on the tee box. All right. Oh, let's check this out again. Talking about the mini sets of the losers bracket.
Yeah.
So they've got to go 3 more times to get back to the winner side and face off against George Haggerty and Zach Holton.
So what would be the odds of the 2 players coming from the losers bracket beating the 2 players from the dropping down from the winners bracket? Do you think that that's a strong possibility? Like maybe they're living on the edge and they're used to it and they're thriving on it right now, whereas you were just in the winners bracket and now you dropped down. Misumi hit a great ball, 354. That's not anything to scoff at.
I'm not even going to take a guess at those odds because weirder things have happened, I assure you, in long drive.
Let's see here. Berkshire just out of bounds right, it looks. His first ball, I think, obviously a lot of the crowd here to see Berkshire. All right, Verplank looked like he's got a ball in play on that one.
Well, these balls are getting difficult to see, for me at least. Berkshire is in play with a cut straight down the center.
Verplank very quick on that one. Didn't quite set his hands. Jumped on the swing a little early. And Berkshire just unloaded on that one.
I heard it was a good ball.
Costello. So. Yeah. Costello is one of these guys that the club head speed jumps the 2 or 3 feet before impact, like significantly. He's got a good wide swing, but I mean, as soon as he releases those hands, it just jumps on the ball.
Very quick through impact, I guess you would say.
Through impact, yeah. Naoto struggling a little bit here in slot number 1. Verplank not happy with that one there. Starting to wonder if maybe the first ball or 2 that Bryce hit was not in play.
That one is OB right.
Costello leaving that out right, like open face. Verplank and Misumi down to their last ball. All right, Verplank might have overcooked that one left. I think Berkshire's confident where he's at. See if we can get some numbers here as they pop up. Costello 356. It's a good drive. Verplank can catch that, right? We know Verplank can. Misumi was right there last round at 354.
361 for Verplank. 354 for Naoto. And Berkshire 381.
81. I don't think we've seen any 80s
Yeah.
since
think-
resuming play.
I think it's safe to say Kyle's a little angry.
Yeah. All right. This is a bit of a marathon right now for these guys, right? Both Berkshire and Verplank just hit 6 balls, and they just hit 6 balls 5 or 10 minutes before. I mean, it's hitting golf balls, right? Like, it's not like you're,
No.
you know.
It is heads up matching from here out.
I think so, yeah. Yep. Verplank hitting at epic speed from Callaway, and Kyle hitting Cobra. Is that a Fujikura Ventus shaft? That
Don't get me lying.
I think that may be what Verplank is hitting. Berkshire hitting a Patterson Kinetics. Looks like an LD30 plus.
All right, well, this is big. Winner advances, loser does not.
Go to another heads-up match with whoever loses in the winner's bracket. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, Verplank got a ball down the right side. Should be in play. Coming back. Man, he has a little 10-yard draw.
I lost Berkshire's in the cloud.
Berkshire's maybe going left out of bounds, but
I think his ball caller calls back OB left.
yeah, Berkshire trying to get a vision of where that's going. But that light green ball right now is really hard to see.
Yeah. Kyle happy
Yeah.
with it.
I think he's going to go left on him. He was quick
Almost happy with it, I
quick
guess.
to abandon. Usually he'll watch those after he hits it. Keep his eye on it. Admire it.
Ooh, that's
Verplank
big.
is in the zone, I think, right now.
OB left again for Kyle.
Maybe just Kyle. Does he just need to kind of pull back off the accelerator here? And I mean, he just hit an 81.
If I was Kyle, I wouldn't change anything right now. If anything, maybe aim a little bit further down the right of the grid. But those 3 balls were just hammered.
That ball looks
Maybe
to be-
exactly what he did.
Man, it looks like he's set up back left corner, maybe trying to hit a bit of a cut.
Yeah, I wouldn't change anything, Ryan. You got to stick with it. Stick with it. Commit to it. Trust it.
Verplank's got 2 balls in play, both of them well struck. 3 balls in play. I don't think Berkshire's got one in play right now.
He's asking that one to stay there. There's a red flag at the very back of the grid, and all 4 of his first golf balls have been straight at it. Unfortunately, just turning left OB.
10 seconds left. I don't know if either player realizes the time is ticking away.
That's a high one from Kyle. It's going to be inbounds, though.
Verplank sending a message to getting a little grunt in. I don't know if Berkshire's got a ball in play, so we'll see.
Yep. Berkshire's last one was definitely in play. It has to be.
Doesn't look like the grid workers know that they should go out and pick the balls up. Oh, suspense. Okay, now they're going out. There we go. Shout out to Spencer McDaniel and the crew here. Working hard all weekend, getting the grid set up. Alan here at Putt Putt, putting in the time and hours to run this event. They do a great job with the crew here. So,
All right, so Berkshire last ball 383, Bryce Verplank 375. Kyle will move on.
Losers bracket right there, 383 and 375.
Yeah.
Could pull the longest. I think that's Verplank's longest in the double elimination portion.
Tough crowd.
And here we have George Haggerty. He just is so consistent, hitting that same ball flight.
All right, so Kyle will face the loser of this match.
We're down to our final 3 sets right now. Unless you gotta beat the winner twice, right? If you're in the winner's bracket, you gotta lose twice.
That is correct. So one of these players after this set is going to have to be beaten twice.
I could do that. I could lose twice. I think I've done that before, actually.
Well, it's almost like that. Knowing that can give you maybe a false sense of confidence, you know?
Yeah. All right. Clock has started.
Still, it's a cushion that I would very much like to be in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Preferred for sure. That looked like it's pretty good, but I didn't see it come down. Zach's been real consistent putting balls in play that first drive.
B squared is in the chat room. Howdy, howdy.
Oh, Bobby B, we miss you. I think Robbie misses you the most.
For sure. My voice is going to hate me after this.
We do sound better than Nance and Faldo.
Hey, you said it, or y'all said it, not me. But I'll take it.
Should I try an accent here?
No, absolutely.
I don't even know what accent that is.
What's your second language?
Tagalog?
Yeah, there you go. You could speak that.
Yeah.
I would be more
Ang
comfortable with you
galing,
speaking that
yeah.
than trying to imitate any accent.
Shout out to all you Filipino speakers out there. Let's see it in the chat. Go ahead and comment. Filipino speakers. It'll be like 3 guys.
You did
of 9 million of watching. Those watching.
a mission trip in the Philippines, correct?
Yes, a church service mission over there. Filipino people are so hospitable.
What's that language called?
Tagalog.
Tagalog.
That's the language, yeah. But so Filipino is like a mixture of some Spanish, some English, but mostly Tagalog. It's kind of a mix there. They teach English in the schools over there. So, in fact, a lot. Oh, that ball's the right side, right down the line.
It's gonna be close.
We're gonna see if it stays in. It did. Kicks a little bit left. Haggerty's last ball is on the left side there. Holton's was on the right side. Oh, Haggerty got a good ball in there too.
Zach, really excited
Both
about
those
the last
guys
one.
wanting it.
No. Just going off of reactions here, I would say Zach is going to take it and move on to the finals.
Yeah, looking on George's face, you can see there a little disappointment. Didn't feel like he caught one. I thought Bryce Verplank did that earlier, and then he ended up winning that set. So, all right, we'll see who sticks around.
Right. I hope I didn't just hear what I just heard. I'm going to say 362 from Haggerty. Nope, 355. Okay. So I heard an estimate of 362, and then I got a confirmation of Zach's 363. So for a moment there, I thought that Haggerty had the 362 and Zach had the 363. So, but no, it's, unfortunately, George Haggerty is at 355.
So
So
our final 3 competitors here.
George is back on the tee box with Kyle Berkshire. The winner of here goes on to face Zach Holton, who has to be beaten twice.
Twice. And he's hitting it good, obviously, in the winner's bracket, going through very consistent. He's fast, and he's putting 2 or 3 good balls in every round. That's what you want to do.
All right. Big moment here.
All right, the clock has started. Both players lining up.
Obi left. Berkshire.
Haggerty right side. Looks like it's going to just go behind the flags there, out of bounds right. And this looks like this is going to stay in on for Berkshire down that left side.
That's close. He
Yeah.
hits it too far. It's out of bounds.
It looked like it's going to hold, so we'll see if we can get a number. This ball by George, right down the middle. You'll see that one come down here in just a second. Oh, I didn't kick left. Kicked left, but a little bit of run there. But maybe George got a little bounce on that. But definitely kicked left.
I believe Kyle is in. I heard a call back on the radio. I just couldn't make out what it was. So his ball down the left side should be in.
Are you hiding a radio from me somewhere?
No, I just have bat ears. Go
Oh.
figure. Has nothing to do with the
We
Cape
should
Crusader
we should get a radio.
anything like
here.
that. Obi left for Berkshire.
I think he should swing harder. What do you think?
Well, like I said, he's got one in on the left side, so now it's pretty much just him trying to put the dagger in the heart, so to speak. Slam the door.
Yeah. That one's going to be just out of play for Haggerty. Great ball fly, but no, Berkshire slipping there. Fans really getting behind Berkshire right here.
Well, that's a really good ball from George.
Yeah, right down the middle. So impressive. George is so impressive. Not the biggest guy. Not, super nice, kind of quiet. Very well mannered, I guess I would say. He's from the UK, I believe, right?
Correct.
Lives in South Florida.
Yes. The Battle of the Hair concludes with, it looks like, Berkshire.
Did I just hear "well done, ladies"? I don't think that's funny at all.
I didn't
Because they
say
have
it.
long hair. You have long hair.
I do have long hair.
Great job, George Haggerty, finishing third.
I have the best long hair.
Wow.
Let me throw that out there.
Just because it's curly, or what do you mean?
Yes, 100%.
You ever throw it out like Bozo the Clown?
I wouldn't be surprised if I took the ponytail out right now if it just absolutely swelled up with
Is
the
that what the
humidity
humidity
right now.
does?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
So close match, but it looks like Kyle Berkshire comes out on top with 373, George Haggerty 361. Not far behind at all. So Kyle moves into the finals. I believe someone in chat called it earlier. Berkshire Holton final.
Great
Berkshire.
job.
Yep, great job by George. Great day. Really good hitting. I believe this is one of his best finishes.
I think so.
Top 4.
Yeah.
Well, actually, top 3.
Yeah, third place here.
Yep. No ties in the double elimination format. So
All right, so we're down to our last set or possibly last two. Zach's got to lose twice. Berkshire's got to beat him. It's got the horsepower.
tough
Zach,
spot.
model of consistency, but he's no slouch either. He's a 220-plus guy.
I'm gonna go out and say it. This is a tough spot for Berkshire.
Yeah.
Of all the players to have to hit 2 back-to-back wins against, Zach's not the one you want.
Yeah. And Zach last year at the Rockwell Blast really hit well all day long, and the finals just did not get a ball in play. Borgmeyer ended up winning that one. Great performance by Borgmeyer, but I wonder if Zach's got that in the back of his mind right now. Being in the driver's seat. Obi right on that one. Berkshire right down the middle. That is not what you want if you're Zach Holton.
I don't even think he notices it right now. Zach's focused. I can see it in his eyes.
Yeah.
He's on a mission right now, and he is fast.
You know, Zach taking his signature move here, the Frankenstein step from Kyle, adding his own flair to it. That ball is hit well, and it is inbounds.
Yeah, Zach came out to the OSPS, and we talked a lot about it, and we even experimented with possibly taking it out. And he and my dad figured out that it's a true trigger move. There's a certain motion in his lower body that just doesn't happen without the step. So it's essential for his success at this point.
I couldn't tell there if Zach's ball stayed in. Kyle's peeled off to the right. Minute 5 left. Those balls crossed in the air right there.
Yep. Kyle anxiously waiting to see that stays in the back right corner.
George, can I get an interview with you? Fantastic performance today. What'd you do? What was different? Did you change anything, or you just think that? I mean, you tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I've had made a little swing change. Kind of focus on keeping my right foot a little more connected to the ground, and the last 2 events just kind of seen distances go up a little bit. Plus, had a 14-hour drive last night. We pulled an all-nighter, so I think that probably helped. So.
Well, and then the 2-hour rain delay. Yeah. Who you got here? I mean, Zach's got to be beat twice. Kyle's looking strong. Zach's got some balls in play, I think, here. That one looks really good.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be close. I mean, obviously you're never going to, rule out Kyle, but, I mean.
Ooh, what a
they're both hitting
slugfest.
it really good right now. So, and he's got to beat him twice, so that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, both players put their last ball in play. Both of them liked it. We're going to see if we can get yardages here. But I just wanted to say, Robbie and I are here on the mics talking, very impressed. We're trying to paint a picture for people of what, we see. Most of the guys here are like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". You're not that way, and yet, we were talking about. Are you still hitting a 46-inch driver?
45-inch driver, so 45.
All right, we're getting numbers back here.
All right, so Kyle takes the first one, 375 to 357. So they are going to have to hit again. And this is it.
This is the final match right here. So Kyle evened it up. Both players with 1 loss. They're going to switch tee boxes here, or tee slots here. So tell us a little bit more. 45-inch driver. What else are you doing?
It's 8.5 degree, just a regular playing setup. For me, I just get a little bit more control with it, and I've tried the long driver with 48-inch, and I can't really square it up. I'm only 6'1", so some of these guys are 6'5", like you said. So that 48-inch feels a lot shorter than it does for me. The long driver. And I focus a lot on movement, as opposed to kind of brute strength. So kind of efficiency of the swing. And ball flight's huge. That's my biggest thing. I flight the ball very well. So.
Yeah, we were talking about that especially in this double elimination portion. All your drives high, not a lot of movement left to right, a little bit of a draw. It looked like what you were playing to me. A lot of your balls starting, either right side or right center, and then staying pretty much center or left center, not much down the left line. All right. Okay, who you got here? Let's hear your pick.
What were the numbers the last group?
So I believe Berkshire was 75 and Zach Colton was 57.
I mean, it's close. I mean, Zach's already put over 70, 370 already, so it could be close. If I had to pick someone, I'd say Kyle, just because you can never rule anyone out, but it's long drive, so anything can happen.
Yeah, hard to go against the world champ, especially this first ball is going to be down the right side in play, and he hit it hard. Man, it feels like that puts him in the driver's seat on this last set. But you know, Holton is no pushover. Maybe less experience, but definitely. I mean, he seems very focused. I like how Robbie put that earlier, and this ball is just hammered down the middle by Kyle, but this ball from Holton's down the right side. Yeah,
these balls are from Kyle are really high. I'm not an expert, but I may say that they're a little too high right now. So
you know, his reaction though is I don't know if he's just amped up or if he's really hitting him connecting solidly. Center base. I mean, to me it looks like he's just opened up the accelerator. All right, who's got better hair, you or Kyle?
Gonna have to go with me. I mean, I'm gonna have to. I've had it for longer for sure.
I think you guys both pull it off for me. I'm just jealous because my forehead keeps growing. So I've mentioned that 8 times on the tele. Oh, Holton got a. If it stays, it looks like it's floating left.
Yeah, I think that's gonna miss. Honestly like to see Zach put it up a little bit higher. I think he'd get a few more yards a little bit higher. But I mean, he made the championship match, so.
Yeah, I think you're right. He was hitting him higher earlier, and it looks like this set and maybe the last set, he's kind of in between. He's aimed way right here, way right.
Yeah, I think so. Some of the biggest shots I hit this morning was kind of starting right line and turning over to kind of left center. Up the line didn't seem to get much bounce earlier this morning. Kind of the biggest ones I hit were kind of right line and then like a 15-yard draw.
All right, 15 seconds. Each player has 1 ball to hit. Kyle takes a look at the clock, steps in. Zach still aimed way right here. Catches a little out on the toe. Looks like it's going to go down the line left. Probably not the finish he wanted, but a great, fantastic performance. So I'm gonna leave you, Robbie. I'm gonna go down and do the trophy presentation. Get a little interview with Kyle or Zach, whoever, get the score, the final yardage here.
all right. So Kyle Berkshire ends up winning twice in a row, as was needed with the true double elimination format. 361 to 355. So Kyle Berkshire is your Bluff City Shootout champion. Got Ryan Riesbeck down on the tee box. Going to give us an interview.
Oh, we got. Kyle, come over here to the 13 and a half hours today. We present you with your trophy. How many of these you got this year so far? 4? Well, you're pretty darn so. Can you hear me now?
All right. Well, Unfortunately, we can't get a microphone to work on the interview, so which neither microphone's working because I can't hear anything
Battery.
here locally either. So
Right. So very long
sorry for that.
day. We had about a 2.5 hour. Spencer. Here he comes. We'll get Spencer over here. Talk to him about
this afternoon. The balls just kind of stopped moving. Ours is about all you're going to get this afternoon. So Kyle was to get out there further.
we're gonna get a little Bobby Peterson, his coach. I know you talk.
Player this long and what I call as well as it did. I mean, having
first set, finishing second, and then besides the Adobe set, I was able to win. I think catch me. That's how the game goes.
Staying with. Thanks, Rick Daniel and ATC Family Golf and Games. Bud, we appreciate you. We're gonna clean up and go home.
all right, well, I don't know how much of that interview was heard because right here at the end we couldn't get a mic to work, but for the Bluff City here in Memphis, Tennessee, putt golf and games for hosting camp in the books. Maybe one day we'll get the technology to work the whole way through, but appreciate everyone tuning in, and we'll be back not this weekend but the following, hopefully in Canada, Port Royal in Canada, for the Bash for Cash. We'll see you then.